Good morning, everyone. How y'all doing? First of all, thank each and every one of you for coming out, getting out in this cold weather, although we know we'll get colder, right? This is just kind of getting us groomed for it, if you will. I saw some of you, and I want to commend you. I saw folks lined up out there. We got to kill the audio on that because that's going to be in delay. Clark, no, not there. Here. Kill the audio. Uh, it is certainly heartwarming as a station to have you all. I'm gonna wait till that stop and then we'll. Yeah, I'm aware. The remote, take it and line it back up if that's what you want to do. Oh, okay. So I'll sing then, right? Y'all ready for some good singing this morning? No, y'all stop it. Again, just want to say on behalf of the entire staff and management, thank you guys for coming out today. All of the jocks are here. I don't call them jocks. I'll call them talk show hosts. Our hosts are here and ready and raring to go. We've got some great sponsors in the room. Please make yourself familiar with what's going on in that room as well. It is a part of this event, so you can mill in there. We're going to open up the door so you can kind of breeze through there. And again, thank you is all I can say. We're going to go ahead and get started. We're still looking for. So I'm going to begin to introduce these fine folks. We'll start with the young lady whose show it is at this time of morning, Monday through Thursday. Y'all give it up for Miss Michelle Bryant. Then there's a young man that comes on behind her. Somebody call him the preacher man. Hallelujah. Give it up for Mr. Keith Paris. And your host and co-host of Nyumbo Upendo. Give it up for Dr. Kweku and Dr. Alicia Mutri.
I know that's now you are kissing makeup. Good morning. Good morning. How y'all doing this morning? So first of all, let me just say you all look amazing. That's right. Especially for 7 o'clock in the morning. Welcome. We are so glad you can join us today. Did you brush your teeth? Look, I appreciate it. I really do. I appreciate it. Clark Kent, who you with, baby? Who you with? All right. So first of all, just the way you will understand how the flow of my show will work this morning, I have been joined by my colleagues in crime here on the stage for the first 20 minutes or so. And then I have a stream of guests that'll roll through. And we will then transition into Keith Paris's show. And then also closing out with my colleagues, the doctors that's in the building. But first of all, let me just say to my team and everybody on the stage, Diaz, how y'all doing this morning?
Morning. I'm feeling great.
You know what?
The crowd is looking good, Michelle.
Say what?
The crowd is really looking good.
I mean, really. And I'm going to tell y'all, it's a little tension behind the scenes because I don't know if y'all heard the commercial spots.
Uh-oh, here we go.
But somebody called me old.
I know, Doug. Where Doug at?
Somebody called me something about an old lady who talk about crime and politics. So, I was ready to fight, but I heard it was a fight already this morning. So let me do this for folks that don't know how all of us came to do this thing that we do, that we have so much fun and appreciate so much. Let me, if I could, for a second, interview the host. I'm gonna start on the far end over there with brother Keith Paris. Keith, for folks that don't know how you got your start in radio, can you take a couple minutes and let folks know how you got in the game?
So this is what 7 o'clock looks like.
First of all,
I'll be honest with you,
6
man.
o'clock.
Yeah. How many of y'all were out here? Who got here the earliest? What time did you get here?
5:15.
5:15.
No.
5:30.
Oh my God.
Wow. Well, I got into actually doing this, I would say almost 22 years ago. My mom had a program on WGLB. It was a bi-weekly program called Community Talk. That's where I met Michelle Bryant. And so things kind of happened, and they reached out to me. The late Mr. Gerald Jones reached out to me and asked me, would I come to WNOV? I came to WNOV, and I could tell you the first program I did, people were calling in, and I thought they were calling in because I was such a great host. They were calling in wanting to know what happened to the last host that was on the program. And so for the last 6 years, we have been here. And, you know, Michelle, we have gone through an incredible changes at WNOV, but we continue to be the voice in the community.
Right. So we got some youngins on the stage in relationship to the talk show game, hosting game. Let me bring up my brother Kweku. You can introduce this illustrious sister sitting on the side of you and talk about how you all came to do the show that you do and remind people the name of the show.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Well, you know, actually, and this is going to go into what we talk about on our show today with as far as with mother losing children. Me and my wife had lost our first child. You know, when you're going through all that, you say, well, what do? I got all of this energy. Do I use it bad? Do I use it good? And Matter, that's when Matter on channel 14 and 96 still had a thing. So I set up a show. It's called Ask the Blacksmith, as a psychologist trying to bring information to the community. And so my sister, Dr. Alicia Mutri, was my first guest. And she was like, well, what do you think is going to make this show go good? And I said, well, probably having you as my co-host. And so she decided to do it. So we did that show for 7 years on Matter 1496 till it went down. And then we got a chance to do some radio over at the old 1290 with Earl Ingram. We would come on every third Friday with him. Big shout outs to Earl, because he was really my introduction into doing radio. Then for WNOV, when Jermaine Reed used to do the morning show over here, would come in. I would come in with him sometime, and I loved it. And do one of those transitions that Keith talked about when Sister Kate Faith had a show on Wednesdays called Something. There's always something good going on in Milwaukee. When she was no longer with the radio station, we were both a part of the Mary Ellen Strong Foundation. And so they was like, well, can you come in and fill in? And we've been filling in for the last 2 years.
I got a question. I got a question for you. How many in the audience have younger siblings? Raise your hand. You got a younger sibling. So you know how often you pull it into stuff. Right? Well, this is an opportunity that he pulled me in, and I've just been blessed to be able to do this work and to be on the radio with my baby brother, right? Yeah. It's beautiful, yes. So, and then also I had an opportunity to do a couple of voiceovers with some talent agencies. So the radio is one that I really love, and I think I got a face for radio. What about that?
Yeah, come on.
That's why I got into it.
So look, y'all just look young. Y'all been in the game for a while.
A little bit.
All right, so let me ask this question. And Kweku, I'll start with you. Most interesting call you have ever received from a listener calling into the studio?
Okay, the most interesting one. Oh, you know what? We had a sex therapist come on, because we talk about mental health at the intersection.
Did anybody
of
hear that
everything.
show?
And so
That show was a mess.
We had Sister Valen Alford from North Carolina call in to do the show, and then Brother JT called in, and JT told us how we learned a new word, how you self-cultivate.
Oh my God!
And he was teaching us how he self-cultivated. That was a little extra for the radio, so that probably was the most interesting, entertaining phone call.
Alicia, say, how about you?
That definitely was the exact same moment that I would just have to agree with my brother on that one.
Mr. Paris, what's going on? Most interesting.
I don't know if any of those callers are in the audience, but my wife says that my program is the repository of crazy people calling in.
Oh.
It's like it's a magnet. It attracts folks. I think. Well,
Meech. Show of hands. Who vote for Meech?
Every phone call.
Christopher, Al, and Meech.
Is that the
Shout out.
We've had interesting calls. One of the great things about working at WNOV is during the election season, it's Christmas for us. And so the people that I would like to think the most interesting call or the funniest call I had was when the comedian George Wallace called in and he did all these mama jokes. He was just on point. Got a chance to have an interview with Bruh Man from Martin. So, man, just the people, former Vice President Kamala Harris. Is this Mr. Paris? I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I do Hater Nation. I'm sorry.
No, you're all right.
I did Hater Nation, and my first hate was John Legend. I wore John Legend out. He was my first hate. Last year during the political season, guess who I got to interview?
Oh, yeah.
Mr.
John Legend. And so Michelle and Debo was go and tell him about how you be hating on him. Go and tell him. And I almost started, but then
Choked.
I
Choked.
fell back.
Didn't say it. I was like,
Yeah, I
oh.
choked.
I would have said it. I would have been like, John, you know this man be hating on you, right? I would have said it. So look, let me just ask, how I know Angela is in the audience. I saw her when I come in. This is one of the sisters who was raising all saying about the trash down here on on Capitol. I heard it was cranes out there yesterday moving everything out the way. But one of the things that makes this whole thing work for us is the fact that you all show up for us every morning.
That's right.
You know, Debo will talk about Debo will talk about the fact that, you know, now that we do YouTube and Facebook, you know, live streaming, he was like, before the show even started, he said, "This folks wait. Folks is queued in. They waiting for the show to get started. And then, you know, we bring lights up, you know, Jermaine. Y'all, can y'all clap for my boy Jermaine Ride Out?
Right out.
All love, Jermaine Ride Out.
Clap for that big baby.
Unfortunately, Jermaine could be with us this morning.
Oh, you wrong.
Please clap for that big baby who could not be with us this morning. You was going to pick him up on a scooter. You were supposed to go get him. So, see, do your job, Angela. So, look. Angela, we got to do a show. So,
But you know, Michelle,
yeah.
One of the things, you know, you talk about just, first of all, Michelle and I, from time to time, we talk. And so one of the things as we were in the transition, I told Michelle, are we still making a difference? Michelle said yes. I asked her, she said yes. And I said, are we still having fun? And Michelle said yes. And that's a segue into how much we miss the gifted and talented one, Mr. Keon Jackson Malone. Right. Oh my God. Yeah, we miss him.
I mean, you know, but when you think about the history of the station, whether we're talking about Eric Vaughn, you know, one of the coldest to ever do the game.
Ernie G.
Yes.
You know, but we would be remiss if we did not acknowledge the fact. Go ahead.
Dr. Gerald Jones.
There you go.
Gerald Jones.
He's the reason why we hear the oldest black radio station in Milwaukee.
So yeah, Gerald Jones was the first person, black person in America to own a radio station and a newspaper at the same time.
Yeah.
Very first. And absolutely history. And so one of the things that, and it is important to me, I know important to my colleagues, and I'll let them speak for themselves, is to be able to maintain these institutions.
Yeah.
Because there are a lot of black-leaning radio stations who have hired black talkers, but they are not owned by black people.
Yep.
And when I say the ability to say, for the most part, whatever I want to say, I only had that one time when I got put off the show, but
That was just one time. That was just one time, though.
we got over that. We got over that. But there is something important and significant about what we do at WNOV. The building that we sit in is historic in and of itself.
Yep.
Dr. Finlayson. But the other thing, did anybody acknowledge our colleagues that are down here working the boards and making sure everything is happening for us?
No.
Let's say good morning to brother, get on my nerves. Darren Debo.
Debo in the house.
Really?
He said, what you say?
I don't appreciate none of that. I don't. I always gotta say good morning to my man, Mr. Clark Kent. But what up? Who you with?
Who you with?
I'm with you, who? And then the man who has so much energy, oh my God, he give you a headache. He got so much energy, and none other than L Boogie. Somewhere in the building, I saw the sister who's winning awards for her gospel award-winning show, Miss Sharon. Where's she at? Is she over there? I know I saw her. Yeah. Award winning. Yeah. Look. What you say? Look, I'm just saying, we're trying to get an award. We're trying to be like you, sis. And we definitely have folks in the building that make our station go every day. TC, where you at, sis? If you call the front office, I think she was checking in people this morning. Mr. Doug Kelly, who was the person who wrote the line about Michelle being old and talking about private politics.
How could he do that?
I ain't gonna get over that. I'm not gonna get over Doug Kelly. We also have, who else did we have in the studio? Oh, Alex. Where's Alex at? Rico Suave, where you at, Alex? And did I see Byron in this morning? I didn't see him yet. Okay. All right.
He's at the studio. Oh,
At the studio.
About the studio people.
Talk about studio people then.
Well,
Somebody else. Miss Carolyn.
We got to give her love. And Byron is there, so those two, we want to make sure that we get that love to the away team.
Couldn't do it without him.
You say what?
I said we definitely couldn't do it without him, right?
I mean, and we got Ross Joe, Heavy
Oh,
Levy, Chris. So there are any number of folks that make this whole thing
Pastor
work.
Miles.
Yes, Pastor Piles, Gucci wearing the Gucci pastor. I'm just saying.
That's my man.
Every time I go to this church, I be about to put an offering in. I'm like, it got too much Gucci. I'm not putting no offering in today. So let me do this before I get ready to transition into my show. I'd like to give my colleagues an opportunity to talk about, I guess for you, why this is important, why being a part of the station is important. We know what we all bring to it, but what do we get out of it? And Alicia, I'll start with you, sis.
Yeah, I thank you for that opportunity. I guess the first thing I'd like to say is what I get out of it personally is as we do shows on mental health, mental wellness on a regular. But we don't just talk about it, but we always make sure that we leave with strategies and like ready to act upon as soon as we're done type of remedies before we're off. So again, we're on the show, but how do we, again, bring counseling, bring suggestions, bring coaching to the community? So again, when we do our shows, we make sure we don't just leave and just give you some information, but we say, hey, here you go. If this is pointed to you, then make sure you act upon it today. Don't just wait. So I love to be able to do that for our community.
I need to take your advice because, I just say peace. I'll talk to y'all tomorrow. So I need to tighten up my game. How about you, Keith?
I have the great fortune and honor to, just in the title of the program, Community Voice.
Yeah.
And so it's a conversation when people ask, what is my program about? It's about everything and nothing. But at the same time,
Mock chicken legs. That's what your program is about. Chicken.
It's a staple.
That's all you talk about, man, is chicken. Mock chicken. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You're so patient.
as I was saying, so to be able to hear the diverse voices in the community and that people can call in. And unlike we always kids, sometimes we get into conversations where we need to have the couch. And I wish that happened more on Wednesdays when Dr. Kweku is in to help us work through. We work through.
He need to be on the couch himself. But okay.
We all do.
We all need to be on the couch, Michelle.
Not me.
No, but
Not me.
I think that was my great fortune. And so people call in and we talk about everything. And I'll say this, there are no filters. And let me say this, I'm throwing shade at a former personality there at Wnov. I used to listen to this person going to and fro work. And I made a vow to myself that if I ever got the Wnov, I would never condescend to the listening audience. You all are smart, you're insightful, you're aware, and I think hearing your voices is a benefit to our community.
Come on. All right. All right, bro. What you got?
You know what? Wnov has been in my life my whole life. And I remember in the 8th grade, Rockmont Jr. and Homer Blow used to come on. And they used to have like this top 5. And if you called in, you could do it. And I remember being the one being able to call in. And the next day getting on the cheese on the school bus, everybody was like, I heard you on the radio. I heard you on the radio. And it was like, it made me feel so good. It made you feel seen. It made you feel heard. And I was like, that came from our community. And so when I get to do our show right now, Nayumbu Pendo, the House of Love, one, I get to make sure we get some Swahili off our mouth, but also we want to make sure we bring love to our community, make everybody feel good, make everybody know they want it, and make everybody know this is a place where you can come to get exactly what you need, and we give it to each other. That's why I love doing this.
All right. Well, I will, give it up for that.
Yeah. What about you, Michelle?
What about you, Michelle?
You know, my thing is, without doubt, I love my people.
Come on.
When I say I love our community, I love my people, and the opportunity to be able to talk to them and bring information to them.
Yeah.
But the other thing is that when we need help and I call my people,
Yes.
when I just go on the air and say, y'all, we got a 15-year-old baby that needs to be buried and there are no resources.
Come on.
And in less than 12 days, the community had taken care of it. You know, I mean, that's y'all. That, and I see people in the audience who donated, who cash apped, who showed up to do work.
All right, Pastor.
You know, I'm just saying.
Who bought the chicken? Who bought the chicken?
Who brought the chicken? Look, so that is the thing for me, is understanding that we are stronger together, but it requires us to be informed and educated. And that if you know something, you're supposed to share it. And if you got something, you're supposed to share it. Yeah. And so every day, this community inspires me while I get up, hey, get busy, because there's folks waiting on you. And these days I'm in bed, I'm like, man, I ain't doing the show today. And y'all, people text me before I even get out of bed. Michelle, make sure you mention this. Michelle, bring up this. Michelle, I need to know about. And I will just say lastly, and this was most recent, but it's a ton of these examples. I had a young man reach out to me and say, Miss Michelle, he had heard me talking about students not being able to read. And he reached out and he said, I cannot read well. And I don't want to be left back. And I need some help. I said something, I made a couple phone calls, and that young man now has a tutor. That's what we do. That's what we do. So with that, we're going to wrap and close this segment. I'm getting ready to bring up my first guest. Give us a couple of seconds.
Michelle,
Yes,
before
sir.
you go, our other colleagues, we have Miss Deborah Nevels, who's heard.
Oh,
on
I forgot
Friday.
she had a show.
And she just snuck in here, Ebony Salas, who's also heard on Friday.
Wonderful. Thank
So
you.
just wanted to acknowledge our other colleagues.
You know what? See, and I got to get used to people wearing multiple hats, because Deb Nevels is also the president of the Milwaukee alumni chapter of Delta Sigma Theta. Saraz, where you at? Where you at? And, you know, so I have to get used to all these hats that the sister wears. I didn't mean to have an oversight there, so my apologies. And then Let's not talk about it at chapter meeting. I appreciate that. All right. So what we're going to do is take a quick transition. Oh, let me do this. Mark, can you come from the back for a second? You all will hear me do a show once a month called Scales of Justice. I talked to attorney Mark Thompson. He was the man. Yeah, Mark, where you at? This is Mark right here. This is the attorney that helped Senator Lena Taylor's son, Isaiah Taylor, when the police wrongfully stopped him and just got Isaiah a settlement. So I just want to make sure we acknowledge attorney Mark Thompson. All right, y'all, let me take a quick break. I'll get my guests up and we'll be right back. Thank y'all for being here.
The Queen.
Don't try to clean it up. You ain't got nothing but a beat down there. All right, family, that is none other than Mr. Chris Pipkin, Christopher's Project. And look, some of you will remember, I told a story about my nephew coming to town, and he was playing a saxophone, and he had the school saxophone, and it was raggedy. His brother would hold his finger over a hole in the saxophone while my nephew played. They were visiting from Memphis, Tennessee. I called Chris because I was like, no. If you want to play the saxophone, we're going to buy you a saxophone. I called Christopher, who was just standing on the stage, and said, Chris, tell me what to do. I need a saxophone. He told me where to go. He told me to give him his name. and I got a great price for the saxophone. But the other thing that Christopher did was he gave my nephew lessons long distance. And so when my nephew came to town, Christopher was playing and brought my nephew up to play with him. That's why I love Wnov. All right, y'all. So I said that we were going to do some guests this morning. The first guest that I have on tap is none other than Mr. Adam Procell. We used to have an office called the Office of Violence Prevention. We have seen a remake, a bit of a redesign on that office, and the name of that office now is?
The Office of Community Wellness and Safety.
Okay, I need you not to be sexy. I need you to, so folks can hear you.
I do have a face for radio myself, so this is my radio voice.
Okay, there you go. Bring it in. And so the office is the Office of Wellness.
Office of Community Wellness and Safety.
All right, so look, I want to do the first thing. For people that are regular listeners to this show, you know that I went in. You know, we're not going to pretend that I was not upset with the way the process was handled. And I made it clear in my initial commentary, didn't have anything to do with Adam Procell. It was about the process. The community had 3 candidates come before them. Those were the people we thought were in the running. The mayor makes a different decision, and then we get an announcement that Adam Procell has been selected. So I raised a boatload of hell. What you say? Yes, you did. About the process. And then I also took exception with a couple of things that were said in the media. And before we get into any of the conversation about the agency, department, what the goal is, the vision is, I wanted to be able to clear the air on that. So, Adam, first of all, thank you for accepting the invitation to come this morning.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
You know, there are some folks that won't come, and so I appreciate that ability. But one of the things, when I first got an opportunity to see your press conferences, to hear you speak, I was taken aback a bit about what I felt like was a over affinity, and I could say it probably better, but I'll say it that way for right now, with the Milwaukee Police Department. Understanding everything that our community goes through in terms of over-policing. You know, we've had some bad community policing relationships. We've had consent decrees. There have been a number of issues and concerns. And so when I come in, and one of the things I do is I hear you advocate that the police need to be paid more money, when in fact they are the biggest aspect of our budget. And I know that that's pensions, not necessarily salaries, but that was a problem for me. And so then, you know, someone said, well, you know, you had also been out, you know, taking letters around to different police stations, thanking these, you know, folks for their service. And I wanted to be clear. If I get in trouble, I'm calling the police and I'm expecting them to come. But I'm also not jaded about the fact that we have a lot of issues in our community. And given the type of role that you were going to be assuming and that you have now assumed, we have a lot of people that have problem backgrounds, that have things going on. And so I worried about, for me, what seemed like a coziness on your part with the police department, as opposed to a middle of the road, you know, stance that, you know, because you are a bridge between both of these worlds. So could you take a second and just kind of speak to the concerns I'm raising, and then we'll get into background and how you come to the role. But I just want that out the way right before we even get started.
For sure. And I can definitely understand why you might have some of those reservations. And to me, 2 things can be true at the same time. And I'll kind of try to explain based on my history. And so for most of you who already know, I spent the majority of my life incarcerated. And there was a clear indication from correctional officers who are paid well compared to correctional officers that make minimum wage. And as an example, for those who know the Wisconsin prison system, about 20 years ago, it was so overcrowded, Wisconsin started sending prisoners out of state. And in some of these out-of-state prisons, the correctional officers made minimum wage, which you think, what's the big deal? The amount of violence that were in these correctional facilities because there was no incentive to not enable violence. It was such a destructive climate, as opposed to, and these same individuals that are taken out of state acted completely different when they're in an environment where staff aren't paid well and trained well. And so, to address your first point of properly paid, I feel regardless of the position, regardless of the area of employment, if you don't have employees that are paid well, they're probably going to be disgruntled. And to me, the reason why that's important is you don't want people who have guns to be disgruntled. Like, you want them on their P's and Q's. And so when it comes to working with the police, to me, it's an incorrect narrative out there, because I do work a lot, and have worked right literally kitty corner from this place for about 5 years, where I was the director of a reentry organization. And if you look at a lot of the police shootings, they involve obviously the police and formerly incarcerated. And so what I did is, knowing that that's a touch point, a hot point, I went to a junkyard. This is a true story, in a suit. Actually, it might have been this suit. Got a truck, cut it in half, brought it back, delivered it to our offices, and then we roll reverse traffic stops. So those that are getting out of prison become the police officers. They get the gun belt, their badge, a gun that shoots air. And we have police officers from the police academy come and become the drivers. And we really lean into what happens during a traffic stop. And two things happen. It helps our folks that are getting out of prison, who have had a lot of negative interactions with law enforcement, understand how quickly it can escalate. And then it helps those officers at the police academy, because if we care about how police treat people, you have to have a presence at the police academy, because that's where the police that are training others exist. So we help them understand, if you treat people who are on some sort of supervision, whether it's probation, parole, like a piece of whatever, and some of them do, right? How quickly it might escalate from their perspective if you don't treat them respectfully.
But let me do this. Let me push all the way back on what you just said.
Sure.
Because particularly working in public service, it is an automatic known that you do not get compensated the way you would if you worked in the private industry.
Sure.
So as a public servant, I have made 2 to 3 times less than what I could make if I worked in the private sector. But I showed up every day and I gave 100%, regardless of what my personal pay status was. Working at this radio station, if I worked somewhere else, I would make way more money than I make working at this radio station. But that does not impact the way I deliver my show and what I do for my community. So because somebody is underpaid, number one, I ain't call you. You said you wanted to be a correctional officer. You said you wanted to work in certain fields. So I didn't call you. So if you upset about the pay, that's your choice, because, and I'm not saying you shouldn't be able to advocate for fair pay, but you knew what you was doing when you signed up to an extent.
I agree.
It still does not, if I got a problem at home with my husband, my spouse, my this, I don't get to bring that to work, and it's not supposed to impact the way I deliver services. So equating pay to how you treat people on the street, that don't work for me. So that's number one. But I appreciate the perspective and understanding that when you talk about the bulk of your experience, it's based on what you know. So I'm willing to be fair about that, but I do want you to hear that this is the thing that I also said I thought was a problem with your appointment, and this is not you, but this is just understanding. This is a political position you have. So you walk a fine line.
Sure.
For people trying to figure out, they may go so far as to say who team you on, who you ride with, you know, what can I trust about what you say? So I just want to say, if I had the chance to, if I had a chance to interact with you personally, I would tell you that you need somebody in your background and in your ear helping you understand that this is also a political position. And for people that have not had to work in politics, and I mean, it can be the sheriff, it can be the police officer, the police chief, because y'all come to these roles to do a job. But you got to understand the optics of stuff and how that plays out in the community. And if I hear you pushing police, and I'm like, well, when you gonna be pushing for the community? You know, or when is this gonna happen? Not to say you haven't done that, but I said if I had the chance to talk to you in person, I would tell you, bruh, get somebody around you that can help you with the politics of it all. The last thing I will say, and then we will get this conversation, the frustration that I also felt, there are Black folks that come out of jail and have become educated, and I read your background. You did a lot of work to complete your education, to get advanced education. But there are a lot of Black people that do that, and they come out and they don't get the opportunity to make $113,000. And so there was a degree of frustration that as a white man, you get to come out, be given this consideration, these opportunities, particularly given the demographic that you would be working with. So I just think that if no one has really shared some of those things, and I'm sure you've had some real conversations with people,
for sure,
that, but I wanted you to also hear it from me, because I talked about it on the radio, and I don't believe in saying nothing on, you tell people what you think. So we got that part done.
No, we're good.
So now let's talk about you in this role. And there is a vision that has to happen for this agency. One of the things that I heard is that one of the people that was being considered and may have even been offered the job decided not to take it because they were worried about how this position was going to be funded, since ARPA money was drying up. And that was the money that President Biden provided during COVID. And we got to use those dollars as we saw fit in communities. That money is now going away. And so I guess first thing, how are you gonna be able to keep the doors open, or how dependent are you all on those ARPA dollars, and what's the financial health of the Office of Wellness, Community Safety and Wellness?
Sure, I'll get into that. Can I just address your earlier comment?
Please.
Because it's a pretty big thing, right? Like at the end of the day, can a white person succeed in this role, right?
Right.
And I'm cognizant of that, and I'm respectful of that, and I understand the thoughts behind why maybe I couldn't. And to that point, and it's not that I'm embarrassed of being white, but when you do take a look at who my friends are, my son's not white, my son's mother's not white, you'll see me with very few white people. Again, I'm not against white people, and I would never claim to understand a culture that's not mine, but I feel I try to transcend that. And there's people in the audience that know, who have seen me in their work and understand that I go along all the different lanes. I'm not a Democrat, I'm not a Republican. I try to stay in the middle. I won't vote in this position because to me, that puts you on a side. So trying to walk in the middle, it's tough, but I feel whoever's in this role needs to walk down that line. And you mentioned coming on here. I've heard some of your comments on the other side of the spectrum, on the very far right. They're calling me Satan, and I went on their show, and I'm not afraid. I'm going to answer it. I'm just trying to address her first comment, because it's a pretty big thing to just put out there. Right?
Hold on 1 second for me. We don't do that. We don't heckle from the audience, y'all. Don't do that. Go ahead, bro.
Right, because it's tough when you're saying I can't control the color of my skin, right? I feel that if the mayor feels that, and I agree with your frustration with the process, right? Which is why I've tried to put myself out there, help people understand this is who I am, and like me or hate me, I'm going to give everything I have for as long as I'm in this role. And there's certain things I can't control, and the color of my skin is one of those. I try to understand cultures from different perspectives as much as I can. So now to answer the question, yeah, I think a big problem with this office is the financial commitment to and reliance on ARPA. And I was at the budget hearings the last couple of weeks, and I'm not sure how much you follow, but there was an amendment passed to remove our office out from under the Department of Administration. It did pass, and now there's a question on, will that happen in 2026 or will it happen in 2027? I think we'll find out later this month. And as of right now, I would say 85-ish% of our funds are ARPA related. And we have
what is the size of your office's budget?
And so, well, that's where you have to look at it from ARPA's perspective. You have to look at it from a tax levy perspective. And then you have to look at it from, as of right now, all of our staff is under DOA's budget. That's about 1.1 million. We have close to $1 million budget from the tax levy. And we have a few million, depending on how you look at it and how it's structured, from ARPA. Okay. So people would look at it today and say it's about a $5.8 million budget that's really inflated, because almost all of those dollars are ARPA. And then there's city ARPA and there's state ARPA. And all of ARPA will sunset at the end of 2026. So if you take all of ARPA away, you have roughly about $1 million in tax levy budget, and then we're on year 4 or 5 for our recast grant budget, which is $1 million over 5 years as well.
So do me a favor, help folks out here understand what it is that the office does, because I think that we've seen crime happen in the community, and I remember when it was under Office of Violence Prevention, you would hear people say, "Where's the Office of Violence Prevention?" Right. Victims need assistance. Where's the Office of Violence Prevention? So I don't know that it's clear to people what the roles of this office is. Can you help them understand that, please?
For sure. And I've spent a lot of time trying to, learn it myself, because I had some of those same questions. We have about 33 different initiatives. I definitely encourage you to take a look at our booth over here. Shout out to our recast team, Yasmin and Julian over here. Some of the work that they do with credible healers and clinicians. So there's a phrase of hurt people, right? So if you've been impacted by violence, and I'll touch on a couple of different areas that we do, but if you are impacted by violence, some of the services that they provide, being able to speak with a therapist for free multiple times to address some of that trauma. They're in Washington High School dealing with the youth and engaging them and understanding, like, from a wellness perspective, what's going on in your life, connecting them to credible messengers. When people think of OVP, as it used to be called, or now OCWS, they often think of violence interrupters, right? Most notably 4 and 4 Life, Promise Keepers, and our critical response team. And just so people are aware, we have 7 critical, because people think we have all these individuals out here, and it's like we have a very small amount of people that are out there in the trenches trying to prevent retaliatory conflict. So we have 7 critical response team members. We have 28 Promise Keepers that are focusing on 4 promise zones, with 1 that's sort of unofficially the Woodlands Promise Zone. And then we have roughly 11 4 and 4 Life, and then 4 that are hospital 4 and 4 Life, like trauma hospital responders. And so let's say there's a shooting right here, and if MPD feels that there's a high chance of retaliation, we'll get a referral and we'll send out our team to try to engage with the family, engage with known associates. We'll attend vigils, because that's where that tension is high. So it's all about trying to prevent retaliatory strikes. So that's probably the focus of what people think we do, but there's so many other areas that we address that are on the beginning side, because I feel the more resources, and that's sort of my vision for the future, the more we can employ our resources on the front end, the less we have to worry about just responding to retaliation attempts or violence after a violent act has already occurred.
So I think that being able to make that distinction too, because there are some folks, violence is violence.
Yeah.
But if there is no element of like a gang activity, retaliatory situation, and I think about the 15-year-old young girl that we helped at the radio station. She was killed by, it appears to be a boyfriend, 15 and 17 years of age. So I remember folks saying, would the office show up in a scenario like that? It seems like from what you're describing, not necessarily.
Well, it depends. And so we lead the Domestic Violence Commission. It's been sort of in this limbo because there hasn't been a director for a lot of months. And we're re-engaging with Charlene Moore, Alderwoman Taylor. They're big proponents of the commission. And a lot of the work, we just had our Love Without Violence conference focusing on DV. For those that don't understand how bad it is right now, just from a reported standpoint, 20% of the homicides in Milwaukee are violence related, DV related, 20%. And we always know that that's an underreported number.
You said 20% of
of all homicides this year in Milwaukee
are
domestic violence related. And that's just reported. And so we definitely have to lean in even more. That's the other part of our budget goes to domestic violence, intimate partner violence.
So at this point, given, the precarious situation of the dollars and being able to fund this, is there a game plan to be able to fund the work?
For sure. Just Friday, I submitted a grant for $2 million. And if anybody knows the nonprofit space, completing a federal grant in a very short turnaround, that's one of the hardest things to do. I just did that. It's a 20-page narrative that I wrote. Fueling safety. So we identified the gas stations that have the highest propensity of non-fatal shootings and homicides. Using data, triangulated the 3 or 4 gas stations that are right in the epicenter of the most homicides, And then what the data shows is it's triangulated in between 3 fire stations. So literally the epicenter is the furthest point away from first responders. So my idea was to let's address those gas stations. Then let's see if we can create a technology where, and yeah, I know I'm a low talker, so I'm trying to speak closer to the mic. Creating a technology so that if a shooting comes in, from the fire station to that shooting, all those traffic lights turn green. From the shooting scene to the hospital, all those traffic lights turn green to try to get somebody who has been harmed to the hospital quicker. And that's something that I had an idea for. So I feel I have a lot of innovative ideas to try to save people's lives. But again, that's post-violent act. And so trying to spend a lot of our resources on the front end to prevent those acts from ever occurring.
So as we get ready to just kind of wrap this whole piece out, if you had one vision,
If I had what?
I'm sorry, if you had one vision for a policy that you think would be, or something that you think would be the most helpful in the work that you all are doing, can you share that with us?
That's a good question. So policy, so the ethos, you know, in my background, you saw Keith was up here. The ethos of who I am is collaboration. So I would like to legislate, as odd as that sounds, you asked the word from a policy standpoint, because humans will always find a way to be human, right? Like I'm better than you, my data is better than yours, like my work is better than yours, my radio station is better than yours. I grew up in radio though, actually. So I have, my father had a late night jazz show, so I fell asleep behind the console. So when I said I had a face for radio, I literally had a face for radio. Finding a way to legislate collaboration so that you're essentially forcing the humanness out of us all, because we all, like, I'm a man of faith. God comes first and foremost in my life, but I'm not always going to get it right. Like, I need to be grounded. I need to be humbled. But there's always going to be like ways of the flesh that try to say, hey, I'm doing a good job. Or the other side, the devil saying, you're a piece of S. Like, you don't deserve to be in this role. Because trust me, all the stuff that you had said, when you said you went in on me, I promise you, I went 1,000 times harder to the mirror because of the guilt from my past. It's like, you don't even have to do it. Like, I'll do it for myself. But finding a way to essentially force us to work together, because we always find a way to be human. So if I just choose the one thing that I've seen over the course of these last 2 months that is a problem, is an issue that is preventing us from being as effective as we could be, is removing the humanness from us and forcing us to work together.
You know, when I was in the legislature, one of the things that they say frequently is you can't legislate the heart. You know, so you had to put policies in place. And I need you to adhere to the policy. But the one thing I've always said, and I think that the current administration has been the biggest example of this, policies are only as good as the people who have to enforce them.
True.
So at some point, while we do have to deal with the policy side of it, we also got to deal with the people side of it.
I agree.
You know, you don't get to leave that humanity out, but we do get to kind of control it again. But these systems, democracy, America is a young country, even though it doesn't feel like it. As we get ready to celebrate 250 years, we are a young country. They keep saying that democracy here is an experiment, and it has relied on the good faith of the individuals that are a part of this government to make it work. So we are going to respect the 3 branches of government. We're going to let the Supreme Court do their thing. We're not going to have ethical concerns and violations. So the only thing I would say to you is, as you talk about the ability to be able to legislate collaboration, you know, in the background, and this is pie in the sky, but how do we get to a point where people just damn respect each other, you know, and live and let live? I don't know that we ever get there, but
I do believe
that's a part of it somewhere.
Like you mentioned earlier, right? Like I came on here knowing that like you went in, right? But I feel that if I just keep showing up with respect, like, because I could come in here and be like, man, you know what, man, screw what you're talking about. And that's perpetuating that same divisiveness. Or on the right side where they're literally calling me Satan. I didn't have to go on their show and say like, hey, this is who I am. I could be like, man, F y'all, right? So I feel we do have the opportunity to, with our actions, say our choices are like voices that speak for us, right? So we can say we want to collaborate, want to be human, but just show up, right? And for all of you guys, I may not get it right. I may not be effective in this role, but I'm going to give you everything that I have. So like, help me help the community. And if it gets to a point where they feel, or you feel that I'm not effective, then at least I did my part, right? As a member of this community, this city, I'm going to do everything I can to give the tools that I have gained over the course of my life to try to make an impact. And I ask all of us to do the same.
Well, the one thing I know is that if you don't show up, nothing happens for sure.
Right.
So I appreciate the willingness for you to come through. Like I said, it didn't start off personal. I do pay attention to what's going on, but the other aspect of it is understanding that this is the role that you now have. I have every responsibility to be of assistance in making sure that you serve our people and this community as best as you can. So y'all, can we show some respect and some love for a brother showing up?
Appreciate it. Appreciate y'all.
All right. So then one of the things that I hopefully will do too is, I got an open door policy. If there are things that the community needs to know, understand, I will call if I have questions. Your team, anyone that can help us move the needle for this community, they always welcome at WNLV, at least on my show. Can't speak
I'm
for
actually
other
going to take you
folks.
up on that.
But we're going to take a break, get ready to get our next guest up. But thank you all so much for listening to this conversation. And again, let's thank Adam Procell. Yes. A raffle? Okay. You want to go ahead and do it? Go ahead. You don't act like you don't know how to do a show.
All right then.
Oh, I will.
I'm gonna use hers. All right. Well, we're getting ready to pull a raffle, so you guys have your tickets. Who don't have a ticket? Oh, okay. You had to go around to that table to get a ticket. Yeah. Yep. Pull for the raffle. Okay. Well, we're gonna pull anyway. So make your way. You'll get in. We're gonna be giving them out. Raffling between. All right. All right. Everybody got their tickets? All right. 314017. That's you? All right. Give it up. Give it up. Oh, just call the last three numbers. Okay, well, her last three numbers was 017. All right. All right.
While Christopher is getting ready for his next song, I just want to make sure folks know we do have people watching online and listening. Questions are coming in. I will do my best to make sure that I am checking my phone. Craig Stingley, who's a regular caller to the show, he was asking about the plans for the office to address crime that is perceived or to escalate before it gets hot. So just so you know, we will work in the viewers as well as folks that are live here in the audience. And if I can get questions in, I will do that too. All right. Love it. Love it. You good? All right. So just so you know, we are waiting on our next guest. This morning, we are expecting State Senator LaTanya Johnson to join us. Want to talk about something that's going on in relationship to reckless driving. Do we have a problem with reckless driving in this community? So we will hear from her. But let me, first of all, just ask, how are you guys doing? Y'all okay? Any questions from anybody in the audience? Y'all all right? Anybody? Is there anything anybody wants to know before I keep moving? We good? Okay. So in terms of the reckless driving, what happened? Oh, you got a question? Okay. When am I planning on getting my talk? A TV show? Look, so one of the questions that I definitely have been asked is about, a number of people are doing podcasts and that kind of thing. What's next? I have not put a lot of those things in place yet, but I know that, of course, I would like to do more. So we will see. It's not an easy industry to get in, even though it looks like it is. And in the current media and climate that we have right now, a lot of folks who are very direct, highly opinionated, it's harder to get. I mean, look at what's happening at CBS, MSNBC. Joy Reid and I are very similar in our approach. And I remembered as Joy was doing her show, going, you're not going to be on the air much longer. Because Joy was way too direct, straight, no chaser. And we have a president right now who is bullying networks. And so they are shutting down voices that are independent. I looked at the number of people of color that have been removed from stations under the guise of, we're not going to be doing anything around diversity, equity, and inclusion. But you literally are removing Black and brown voices from media. So it's going to be the next 3 years, it's going to be a hard road for folks that are willing to say the things that other people won't say or are uncomfortable to hear. So, so I'm going to most likely be looking at alternative types of media to be able to continue to have a presence. Thank you so much, sis. I saw another hand. Yes, ma'am. I'll be with you in 1 sec, Angela. Yes, ma'am. So, okay, so the thing about why I don't do a Friday show. When I first started doing radio, at one point I was doing 2 shows. I did morning drive. I started in the afternoon. I did the afternoon from 3 to 5. I had the midweek flow. Anybody remember that show? Okay, so I had the midweek flow. And then after Eric Vaughn passed, I ended up taking his morning show and I did the 2. But I still worked a full-time job for the state legislature. So literally I would get off the radio in the morning and I would drive to Madison, go to work, then drive back and do my afternoon show. That Friday morning was our staff meeting mornings. And so I never worked on Friday morning so that I could always be available for Senator Taylor and for the staff in terms of our morning routine. So it just became a thing that I never did a Friday show. So that's why. And then Keon had the Man Show on Friday mornings. And so we definitely wanted to make sure he had an opportunity to do his thing. And that show is sorely missed, being able to hear the real conversations that they had. But yep, so that's why I don't do a Friday show. Anybody else? Any other questions? Angela? Yes. To ask Adam a question? So no, look, number one, I will never not tell people you don't get to ask questions. Number one, Adam is still here. I see him in the back right now. But because of the schedule, because Senator Johnson is actually leaving to go to Madison, everything was going to be tight. And then she sent me a text message saying that now her schedule is behind. We're also expecting the mayor. He's supposed to be coming through the door about 8:15. So just because of the tightness of my schedule, I didn't take questions. But make no mistake, y'all know I don't do that. That's why I got put off the air the first time. because you gonna answer the questions of the people in this community. So yes, ma'am. Any other questions before we move on? We good? All right, so yes, Debo. Where is Streetcar? So y'all left Jermaine at the studio. I heard this because he don't know how to act out in public. But can y'all do me a favor because he's listening? Can y'all cheer and let Jermaine know he's missed? Woo! Yes, we got Senator Johnson. Come on. Senator Johnson, come around this way for me. You called him? All right. So I understand Senator Johnson is here. This is going to be a brief interview because she has to get to Madison this morning, and she made time for us as she makes her way to the stage. Can we show some love for Senator LaTanya Johnson? Come on, grab a seat. I'll have you sit over here.
Good morning, everybody.
So, Senator Johnson, I'm going to ask you to pull the mic up a little bit. I heard that the folks in the back had a hard time hearing our last guest. So, first of all, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good, good. So, I know this is going to be quick. So, we will get right into it. First of all, for folks that are not sure if you're their senator or not, the area that you represent, just let people know the part of the city or the community that you represent.
So I'm Senator LaTanya Johnson. I represent the 6th Senate District, which is Milwaukee's north and west side. I also have parts of Wauwatosa. So it goes from Holton all the way down to 93rd in some areas, from as far south as Blue Mound and as far north as Hampton.
Okay, we got that feedback going. We're going to check it out. Okay. Switch mics? Okay. Somebody said, how far east, Senator Johnson? See?
I don't know my east from my west. But I do have sprinkles of Silver Spring from like 61st to about 66.
All right, we're going to get this mic figured out. So, Senator Johnson, one of the things that I did is I let the audience know you all had did a listening session or a public forum regarding the whole issue of reckless driving. This has been a huge, I just encountered it on my way here this morning. Somebody pulled up on the right of me. I was getting ready to make a turn. Thank God I'm an old school driver. I don't just look at I look over my shoulder. And they were sitting right there because I don't have that little thing that lets me know somebody's sitting in my blind spot. So can you take a second and talk about the forum that you all just did or the information session you just did?
So I was lucky enough to hold a reckless driving forum. We had the
And wait, excuse me one second. Y'all, it's a little loud in terms of the feedback from the audience. If we could bring our voices down just a little bit so we can make sure we can hear her. Thank you.
We had a reckless driving forum on November 4th. I was lucky enough to have Mayor Johnson, Chief of Police Jeffrey Norman. We had District Attorney Laverne. We had the City Attorney Evan Goki. And so we just had a conversation around reckless driving. I know reckless driving is a huge issue, especially in the 6th District and the 4th District, because both districts represent roughly the north side of Milwaukee. And when we surveyed my district, reckless driving ranked number 2 as the top concern. The first concern was gun violence. The second concern was reckless driving. And the third concern was affordability. So we knew that that was a huge concern, especially with so many people having to travel our roadways to get to school, to get to work, to get to their doctor's appointments. And all we heard on the door was the concern about driving. And we know that that was a major trigger for a lot of our families.
So when I pulled the data, one of the things that I found, and some of this goes back to 2022, 2023, an annual taxpayer cost in terms of reckless drivers, $50 million. The number of citations issued in 2022, 8,500. Traffic fatalities, 40% of 65 traffic fatalities were connected to reckless driving. Our insurance going higher even though we're not the ones doing the driving. But if you live in communities where reckless driving is prevalent, you can see that show up on your insurance premiums. So what are some of the things that came out of the session? I mean, do we have solutions, or is there legislation in the hopper that we can deal with this?
So we do have legislation in the hopper. The governor just signed a bill roughly about 2 weeks ago that will now give the police department the option of towing cars that are involved in reckless driving, removing those cars from the street. The other thing that we had a conversation about with the police chief was different options for police chases. So they did inform us that they are looking at other options rather than the normal chase policy. And of course, the resources have to be there in order for them to do that.
So this is one of the things that I wanted to have a moment to open it up to the audience, because so many people are so frustrated by this. It feels like things are happening in slow motion. It took us a while to get to this point about these cars being towed, and there are some people that still feel kind of iffy about it. Because if a family member takes my car and you get caught up, reckless driving, what constitutes reckless driving? Because just driving on that right lane this morning could have been viewed as reckless driving. Some of this is left up to the officer. So for folks that were worried about how this shows up in the community, what was the debate like about that when you guys were looking at this bill?
So that was a huge concern for us. The piece about sometimes you'll loan your car to your child and you don't necessarily know how that child is driving while you're not in the car. But I think what ultimately ended up winning over was saving life and making people feel safe in the community. I'm not a reckless driver, but in a rush, I have ran a red light or two. At that moment, I am a reckless driver. So we're not just seeing it from careless individuals, we're seeing it from regular law-abiding citizens. I think it was TMJ4 did a special and they showed a school bus running a red light. So we know that there needs to be repercussions there in place for acts like that. For example, I represent the 6th Senate District, right? I lost 16,500 people from my district. Senator Dora Drake, who represents the 4th, lost 15,300. So a total of 31,000 people have moved from the north side. What we do know is that in terms of Milwaukee, no other districts lost population.
So when you're saying, are you making a correlation when people are moving out of the district that like people don't want to live in the city anymore because stuff is so crazy? I mean, do we know why these people are moving?
What we know for sure is that they're moving from the north side. They're not moving from my district and moving into Senator Drake's district or from Senator Drake's district into my district. They're moving from the north side. And that's evident when you drive on the south side. You start to see more and more people who look like us, and that wasn't traditionally the case. When you talk to some of those people who have moved, like I did, and some of those people are older individuals whose houses were completely paid for. They're moving to Germantown, to Waukesha, starting over with new mortgages, Menominee Falls.
Did they say why?
One of the residents told me that it used to be if he could get home before dark, he was fine. He said, but now the problem is even in the daytime, him going to doctor's appointments, the reckless driving. And he said he lived across the street from St. Joe's. He had been there for over 40 years, moved out to Menominee Falls. He told me the first couple of weeks he was there, he was afraid of the wildlife that was in his backyard because he didn't know what some of that stuff was. And he had gotten so used to falling asleep to the sound of the fire, to the sound of the ambulances going to St. Joe's, that it was so quiet for him when he first got out there. He said, but he couldn't argue with his wife when it came to peace of mind. They were a lot safer out there. And that's just his story. But when we went to doors, we heard multiple people who were saying that, they were considering leaving. And we want to grow our city, especially the north side, because what bothers my heart the most is when you talk to residents and they say that they want big box stores. I represent 170,000 people and I don't have a Walmart. I don't have a Target. Those are issues because then you force people to take those dollars outside of their own districts. When they go to Brookfield or they go to Menominee Falls to go to Walmart, they might get hungry. They're going to stop at the Burger King. They're going to take those dollars outside of their district. And we need our businesses to thrive. And if we keep losing the individuals who can afford to be there, then our neighborhoods start to look like neighborhoods where people don't have choices.
So let me just ask a question. How many of you live near a Walmart, a Target, a big box store? Is this a problem that you're seeing? So I see some hands going up. How many of you don't live close to any of these places? How many of you live close to them, but you won't go to them?
We take those dollars outside of the area. You know, I live close to a Walmart. If I drive across the bridge and go to West Dallas, I mean, you know, and these are
so
things,
close is relative.
Right. And if you have a car, that's the other piece. What we're finding is that Midtown, for example, Midtown has a median income that will allow whatever opens there to be successful, but it's not, because residents choose to go outside of their area rather than go to Midtown.
But I guess the thing, look, so much you clap for that. Because I guess the thing for me becomes, well, how do we balance this? We had the Walmart that was over on Silver Spring, 100 and something Silver Spring. But everybody would talk about it's always drama, it's always this, so they wouldn't go. We had the stores open in Midtown. We had the Applebee's open in Midtown. People turned it into a club. It became the spot. You know, so I'm trying to figure out, and that was back to that conversation with Adam Procell. At some point, we got to figure out how human behavior is also impacting our quality of life.
Right.
I know that's not y'all. That's not y'all job, but how are you able to make the cases to bring these places in if they're there for a short period of time and then we're losing them?
And it's not my job, but it's my concern because I live over there too. I own a house over there too. I want to sell my house. You know, people talk about gentrification. I'm like, gentrify 54th and North Avenue because that's where I live. And I need my property values to be worth something because I ain't got no money. But I mean, these are all honest conversations that we have to have, right? You know, losing Master Lock was a huge, huge issue for us. Not only was it a huge issue to lose the employment, but it's a huge issue with the building being vacant, right? Or just sitting there. So now how do you find another company to move in that will bring family sustaining wages and a union? So these are serious conversations that we have to have with ourselves, with our families, and what we want our neighborhoods to look like, right? Because everybody wants, at the end of the day, to be able to, if the most expensive asset for Black people is our home, and we can't get anything for it, then what does that do for our wealth? And those are the types of conversations that we have to have.
But just take a second, though, when you say when we can't get anything for it, help people understand what you mean by that.
The thing that makes me sad, too, because there's a lot of stuff that make me sad, let me just put that out there, is when I look on Zillow or Truella, and they have some really, really nice houses on these sites. And you see a house, and it's really nice. And then you look at the address, and you have to go past it. Talking to some of the realtors, right? Some of the realtors say that the people who can afford to buy their houses never get to see them because you have some realtors that will not sell in Milwaukee. And that's a huge concern. When you look at Truella Zillow, they have a crime section on there. Even if you're not in ShotSpotter sometimes, that affects your property. And so these are things that we need to have conversations about, but the state level is an issue. I'm going to put that out there. we have new leadership in Milwaukee. We have Mayor Cavalier Johnson. We have County Exec David Crawley, right? The leadership in Milwaukee is changing, but the leadership for the most part in Madison stays the same. And that's the issue, because they're doing everything that they can, and I can testify to that. Coming up there asking for resources for Milwaukee. Let me tell you about the type of people that we're dealing with. I went to two of my colleagues. The only way to get a bill passed in Madison is if you give it away if you're a Democrat. A Republican has to take it and introduce it to get it a hearing, to get it onto the floor. I asked them to help me do something for Milwaukee in terms of gun violence. It did not have to be for the rest of the state. It could just be for a major first-class city. We needed to be able to protect our own, because this particular time, a child under the age of 10 had been shot every single day of the week, right? And it had happened even again a couple of weeks down the line. One of my colleagues said, "My heart aches for you, but that's not happening in my district." Another one of my colleagues said, "Well, gun violence is going up in every major city. It's not just Milwaukee. What do you have to say about that?" What I heard from the first person is, as long as they continue to look like you and that mess stays in Milwaukee, we're okay with it. From the other person, what I heard was, well, what I thought was, why does it matter what's happening in other cities? This is happening in my district, in my city. If it was your district and kids were dying, you wouldn't have to convince me to help you do something. I'd be there asking, what we finna do? That's the difference. When our elected leaders go to them and they ask them for help and resources, they shouldn't have to beg. Here's another news flash for you. Milwaukee is not the only first-class city in the state of Wisconsin. It's a difference. We're the only certified first-class city. In order to be a first-class city, you only need a population of 150,000 people. Madison has 269,000. They will not classify themselves as a first-class city because they don't want to be subjected to the same rules and regulations that Milwaukee has to endure. Because once they become a first-class city, all of that applies. As long as it's just
So
a city
give
of
a quick
Milwaukee, it's just
example
us.
of like why Madison wouldn't want that classification. What type of thing gets applied to us that could be seen as harmful that someone else wouldn't want in terms of being identified as a first class city?
It's a whole slew of stuff. Hard to think about, but y'all can ask Chevy that. He's coming up here later.
Well, look,
But it's a whole bunch of stuff.
so what I'm gonna do, because I know you got to get to Madison, you made time for us this morning, so I am going to get you out of here. I know your staff will appreciate it. But if people want to continue to understand the work that you're doing, get in touch with you. They got additional questions that we didn't get to this morning. How can folks figure out how can folks reach you?
So you can reach out to me via email. It's sin.johnson@legis.wisconsin or wi.gov, or you can give me a call at 608-266-2500. You can also just Google Senator LaTanya Johnson and my email site will come up. Another thing that my office did, we dove into some of the disparities for the state. I sit on joint finance and we get a lot of information that comes in, and I wanted to find a way to get that information out to you guys as advocates, because sometimes I see people coming into Madison and they're advocating for things. They're really passionate, but they're using old statistics or their information isn't quite right. We don't need any reason to give the people on the other side an opportunity to discredit us or our issues. So we created stats and data and information. It's called the State of Black Wisconsin. And it talks about the disparities that are facing African Americans throughout the state. So that's really good information for you to dive into. And I'm a firm believer that you can't fix what you don't know about. So it gives you all the information you need as a guide.
All right, y'all, let's show some love for State Senator LaTanya Johnson. Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Senator.
Thank
All right. All right, so while we are getting ready to do another drawing, let me do this because of the sake of time, I still have 3 guests, but I'm going to see if I can bring all 3 guests up at the same time. Is that okay with y'all? All right, so we have Mayor Cavalier Johnson. Mayor, can you come on up? We have the City of Milwaukee Chief of Police, Jeffrey Norman. And I'm sorry, I won't say I saved the best for last, but I sure saved my sorrow for last. A proud member of Delta Sigma Theta sorority and the Milwaukee County Sheriff, Miss Danita Ball. Look, the chief said, if you don't say I'm a member of Phi Beta Sigma, come on in, come on in. I'll let you do your thing, and then we'll do this.
This is a big microphone.
Sorry, y'all. Sitting here Johnson very late.
All right, so this next drawing is going to be for Time for Gospel. That's going to take place on February 22nd, 2026, during our Black History Month celebration.
So is this tickets to go see the Sounds of Gospel?
Yeah.
Oh, just give it to me. No.
062. One once, one twice. 062.
They go.
I won. You're right.
All right. 060. 060.
Yeah, shake it up.
All right. 003.
What?
003. Oh, okay. 055.
Yeah, right. All right, congratulations. All right, so that was the only one you were doing? Okay, family, so for the sake of time, you just don't get these kind of heavy hitters at the table and can play with folks' time. So first of all, let me just check. Mayor, are you okay for the next 15 minutes or so?
I'm okay.
Okay, Chief,
Yes, ma'am.
Sheriff.
Absolutely.
All right. So first of all, let me just say, the immense amount of pride that I feel right now, being able to look down this table. I mean, when you think about, hey, stand up, show some love, stand up. Look, when you think about some of the statistics that we have lived with for a long time, Milwaukee, one of the most segregated cities in the United States, disparities in income, disparities in housing, disparity in education. This is an anomaly for a Midwest city. So first of all, just kudos and much respect to the folks who have run for these positions, put themselves out there, and been willing to take on the hard task. What I want to do as a part of this conversation today, we're talking about wellness. Wellness includes the fiscal, FIS, the fiscal wellness of our community. And so we have folks that are responsible for the budget, the money, to make sure that we can provide public safety, that we have what we need. And I want to incorporate these things into the conversation this morning. So first of all, let me start on that end over there. Good morning, Mayor Johnson.
Good morning, Michelle.
So you all are just finished the throes of the budget process. First of all, for people that don't understand the dollar amount connected to the City of Milwaukee budget, is it an annual or a biannual budget? And how much money are we talking each year that we need to make the city run?
Sure. So the budget in the city of Milwaukee is about a little over $2 billion annually. It's an annual budget. We do it every single year. And it takes several months to craft and present to the Common Council, which I did in September. And they went through their amendments, and we're taking up those amendments now.
And so at this point, I know I was, kind of following everything in the paper. So you've presented one thing. Common Council gets an opportunity to look at it. They can add to it, make some changes that they want to see. They actually provided some increases, and I know that you raised concerns about some of the things that were done. They have finished with it. It's passed, I think, unanimously, except for maybe Spiker.
Spiker, well, I know that.
Did he eventually come on board at some point?
Alderman Chambers was not there. He had a funeral.
Okay.
But I think other than that, it was unanimous.
So they have passed now. So it's now on your desk ready to be signed.
Correct.
But as the mayor, I don't know if everybody understands that when the Common Council sends that budget back to you, you have the ability to still do some things with that budget. Can you take a second and just talk about that real quick?
Sure, absolutely. So after I present the budget, send it to the Common Council, the council has the ability to make the reviews, amend the budget as they see fit. And then with those amendments to the budget, I have the opportunity to veto certain items. And so I'm taking a look at what the council has sent back to me, and we'll make some decisions about things that I'll support in their amendments or things that I'll reject.
I mean, it almost in some way reminds me of the level of power that the governor has.
Yes.
In terms of being able to deal with this budget. So I won't ask you what you're getting ready to do, but I know that one of the things that we have all been concerned about, public safety. So I talked to Adam Procell and, the kind of situation we're facing in terms of the Office of Wellness. Then you think directly about law enforcement on the ground. And these are two different budgets, the county in terms of the sheriff's budget, but the police department. Chief, let me ask you. So when you have had to go through this process, is your agency actually going through and telling the city what you need to be able to function?
So first, I'd like to say thank you for the well welcome. Y'all some beautiful people out here. It's beautiful to be and thrive on. Appreciate you, Michelle. It's a work in progress. I know that we work with the mayor's office, City Hall, to make sure that we are in communication. Ultimately, understand that it's in the Common Council and the mayor's hands in regards to how they look at our budget. But we do make recommendations, and it's a give and take. But we understand that we work with the budget that's given us.
So let me just put this out there, though, because one of the things we always hear about the city of Milwaukee budget is that police is the bulk of the budget. I've done my part to try to educate people. It's a difference between operating dollars and what goes to pensions and those kind of responsibilities. Mayor Johnson, can you take a second and hit that?
Sure. So, look, anywhere I go in Milwaukee, people are concerned about public safety, right? It doesn't matter if I'm in my old neighborhood on 19th and Center. It doesn't matter if I'm on the east side. It doesn't matter if I'm on the south side by the airport. Everybody is concerned about public safety. So that's natural that we would make those sort of investments there. And the vast majority of the dollars in the police budget goes to pay the officers, right? It's the wages for the officers. And what people may not understand here is that police, you probably saw some of this being played out over the course of the last number of months here, but police and fire in Milwaukee, they still have the ability to collectively bargain, whereas other city employees don't have that ability presently because of Act 10 that happened when Scott Walker was governor. So yes, there is a lot of dollars that go into public safety, but I think that's important, because literally every person that I talk to, no matter what neighborhood I visit, they're concerned about public safety. So we make those investments.
All right. So since we're talking about public safety, keeping folks safe, Sheriff Ball, let me bring you in. And then Chief, I'm going to ask you to also dovetail on this. You all are going through your budget process as well. And in terms of what we've seen by way of overtime and the issues we've had in terms of staffing, did you put money requests in the budget to be able to help out with the sheriff's department, or what were some of your biggest top line issues as you talked about your budget?
So we just finished the process. As you know, the county executive did not veto any of the amendments. The board just voted last week on the, and so what we received were 10 additional deputy sheriffs, 10 additional correctional officers. There was an increase in our overtime. we decreased the amount that they were going to give us because our overtime is directly tied to the number of deputy sheriffs and correctional officers that we have to do the job, and we don't have a relief factor. So if someone is off for a vacation or they're going to training or suspended or what have you, we still have to have people in those positions. So we thought that it would be best to put those some of that overtime dollars into increasing our staff. And plus we have a staffing study that's coming out soon from the IACP. And so it was, we are confident that it's going to show that we don't have enough people. And so those were some of the critical things that we received in the budget. But one of the things that they did was decrease our services and our commodities. And so we feel that because of that, we made deficit sooner rather than later. There's a contract, a multi-agency contract, instead of giving us the money so that it could, we could fund not only our area, but also the CRC. They took that money out of our budget to fund it. And so we were, of course, going back and forth regarding that. That didn't prevail. We had some capital projects. We were trying to replace some outdated cameras in our jail that were outdated. The shelf life was about 5 or 6 years, and we've had those cameras for about 10 or 12 years. And so there were some that were down, and what they decided to do was put a halt on that project for another year and just give us $50,000 to replace.
I don't want your job. I don't want your job. I want because these are some hard decisions, and you realize that every time, you know, people are not putting in wish lists these days. They are actually asking for what I need to function. And so, you know, Mayor, I know people like throwing, you know, stuff in your way, like, hey, bruh, these are not wish lists. We need this. With one of your players sitting right next to you who had to say, this is what I need. Chief Norman, what is it that you need that maybe is not being addressed right now? Because when stuff happens, we call certain names, you know, whether it's crime in the city, homicides are up, you know, property thefts. Folks talked about, Senator Johnson said, I can't sell my house because if you go on Zillow, there's a crime stats report that's impacting me and my ability to sell my house. And so the first thing they start doing is saying mayor, chief, sheriff. So Chief Norman, when you've had to look at your budget and the things that would help you as a department, what are some of the big items that we need to understand as a community that can be a problem for you?
So first of all, I'd like to start with the mayor is very supportive of our department. The city council is also very.
You're not saying that because he's sitting right there?
No, you know what? To be honest, I'm going to keep it real. If it wasn't that type of relationship, real talk, Michelle, I wouldn't be here.
You know, I know.
You know, I mean, it is important to have a great relationship, and I'm very proud of our relationship. If I would say anything that we need, because through the mayor's office, we have fully funded classes, meaning staffing in regards to recruits. I need all of you to reach out to those in our community to tell them that this is a noble job. This is a great career to be in. We don't have the staffing numbers that are coming in right now in regards to people who want to be part of this profession. We need people, and we need people from our community to be part of this effort, because who's going to protect us? Us. And so if I ask for anything I would need more voices, need more support, to let people know that this is a well-paying, family-supporting profession, and that at some point, you know, when I actually stage left, somebody needs to replace me. And so looking at our grandchildren, looking at aunts and uncles and nephews and nieces and cousins, encourage them to be a part of this effort. Because at the end of the day, who is going to save us? Us.
Sheriff Ball, would you add anything to that?
I agree that staffing has been a challenge for us, and what we have been faced with is that there was a point in time that the sheriff's office was not hiring deputy sheriff. So it's about a 12 or 13-year gap between that hiring
Wow.
because they were transitioning to CO. So I'll just keep it real. And so we're seeing now that a lot of those deputies are retiring, but because of the fact that we were just mandated with a certain set number, we were always behind the 8 ball. And so what is going to help for those 10 deputies is for us to hire more people, get them trained, and just continue moving forward so that we can provide the public safety that the citizens of Milwaukee County deserve.
So, Mayor, let me just switch back to you for a second because I know that this budget is now on your desk. You're going to be going through these items. You know, one of the first things I'm sure most people want to know is, are my taxes going up? You know, is there an yes, no? Is there any you know, thing that in the amendments that either the Common Council did or what was proposed in your initial budget that would cause folks to have to pay attention to their property tax bill in a different way or other types of fees?
Yeah, so my budget team, if they were here, they would tell you the story that every single year when we're crafting the city budget, they have to push and pull and prod me. We're on the 6th floor when we're having many of these conversations. I think sometimes they might want to throw me out the window. And they want to do that probably because I'm always thinking about folks out in the city. I do not want to tax or increase a fee if I don't have to. I think some of that comes from the fact that I'm a sort of a cheapskate myself, and I don't want to pay more. And anytime we have an increase in taxes or fees, I pay the same thing. I paid that too. And so I'm thinking about you guys. So typically, generally, there is a minor increase in the percentage of the tax levy just because things have inflation. So we try to keep it to that as well as possible. So there is a small increase here. The thing that you mentioned earlier, Michelle, about some of the amendments from the Common Council that I'm concerned about is that it would increase it even more so by millions of dollars. My thing is like, yes, in my proposed budget, there's an increase, but just to keep pace with the services that we're presently providing. If the council increases it even more, that's a further impact. So that's one of the things that I'm really, really concerned about. And if we don't have to hit the levy, have an increase in taxes on individuals in our community to pay for that, then we should find ways to work collaboratively in order to reduce the impact on property taxpayers in the city.
But we all just saw the referendum, that huge number get passed, and you know there were dollars that were coming into the coffers, and we were supposed to be okay. Where's that money at?
Sure. So you're not talking about the MPS referendum. You're talking about the sales tax, right?
Yes, sales tax.
So when we, since the chief and the sheriff are keeping it real, let me keep it real too for a second, all right? So y'all know how this happens, right? They usually elect the brother when stuff's about to fall apart.
You know what? That's the realest thing that's been said. We become the mayor when the city is falling apart. Barack Obama became the president when the country was falling apart. So keep going. Yes, sir.
So literally for decades, Milwaukee was approaching, facing this fiscal cliff, and we were going to fall off that cliff. We were going to be the next Detroit. To Tom Barrett's credit, when he was mayor, he often warned about this when he presented budgets. He said, we are running out of money. We are not going to be able to meet our needs unless the state were to act. Now, when I got elected, the wolf was at the door. We didn't have any more runway. We were going to fall off the edge. So that's when I went to Madison, the county executive as well, others, in order to have the 2% sales tax. Now, virtually every other major city in the United States of America has this tool. Milwaukee was like the one outlier that did not have this tool. Now, the state of Wisconsin said, okay, after many months of negotiation, we'll give it to you, but we're going to limit the way that you can spend it. So to answer your question, Michelle, like where did that money go? How is that money being spent? That money can only go towards addressing our pension crisis that we have in Milwaukee. And so we allocate a number of dollars towards that. And then the last 10% or whatever is left over, we have to allocate towards public safety. So we invest those dollars in the police department. Chief just talked about the fact that every single year since I've been mayor, in the budgets that I presented, I allocate enough funds for 3 classes of 65, the maximum that we can produce out of the police academy here in Milwaukee. Over the course of the last number of years, we've also opened a number of fire stations that previously were shuttered. So we're investing those dollars in our pension issue, and then we're also investing those dollars in public safety.
So look, so let me do this as we kind of wrap this conversation. When we talk about overall health and well-being of this city, and I'm talking now to our law enforcement professionals on here on the panel, there are some folks that will say, I don't feel as safe as I used to, 10 years ago. I am worried about crime in this city. I know that I see data all the time that says we're up in this, we're down in that. In comparison, it's not nearly, because as we've watched the Trump administration use crime data as an excuse to come into communities, a lot of us are paying attention to how we talk about crime. So first of all, Chief Norman, I'll ask you, and then I'll ask you, Sheriff Ball as well. Literally, how are we doing in terms of crime in this community in comparison to other cities, and even in looking at previous years?
So I always like to start off by saying I acknowledge that pain and also concern. I would never tell somebody your perception is not your reality. It is important to acknowledge that there are still challenges out here and that we need to work on. With that being said, the overall numbers speak for itself. I don't play games with numbers. One of the things I understand is that basically you're held to a standard in regards to how you approach certain things that are required for us to report out. The numbers show that crime is down in our city overall, 16% down on top of what was the year prior overall crime, 22% down in violent crime compared to last year. But I'll never say that it's all good. I think it's important to acknowledge that we are still required to lean in and ensure that we're doing everything that we can to ensure the safety of our community, because people don't understand that without safety, you don't get to build buildings. You don't have residents stay. You don't have people working in the community. Just as the mayor said, I am also a long-term resident of our community. I'm no stranger to MLK or VLR Phillips. I'm no stranger to this area here in regards to what it represents. And so it's important to have that lean in and ensuring that we're doing everything that we can do to ensure that we are being responsive to your concerns. Be as it may, public safety is not a single person responsibility. It is all our responsibility when it comes to making sure our community is safe. Making sure you talk to your chillins out there who are not doing right.
Who?
Chillins. I mean, children. Oh, I went to school now. Yeah. Don't get it twisted.
I'm just saying.
But we're going to keep it real.
But
chillins.
Look, did somebody try to break in your house?
Yeah.
Did y'all see that? Somebody tried to break, or what happened? Yeah. Like, man, if your house ain't cool, I'm a little worried for mine.
So that brings another conversation, Michelle. That was mental health situation here. We have to acknowledge what's going on in our communities. When we talk about wellness, we're talking about everybody's wellness. Okay. We're talking about the anxiety of our children. We're talking about the anxiety of our people. Unaddressed mental health, you have situations that pop up like that. And don't try to give me the cry up in here, because that is very personal.
Right.
To have somebody come into your home. My daughter was in that house at the time. That's right. And that's the sad situation we're dealing with that connects us all, that we all are feeling the pressure of our public safety issues. So I'm not going to try to be on this mic, but I just want to remind us, what are we doing? Not I, not you. What are we doing to ensure that Milwaukee is the safest, healthiest place in the country? It's all our responsibility, family. It's all our responsibility.
So, kind of sound like a preacher. I think you missed your calling. Definitely an elected official. But the reality is that it is on all of us. Sheriff Ball, when people are thinking about these crime numbers, they may not always understand what exactly is the sheriff's department's role in that. We think more about the jails and safety there, but what do you see in relationship to crime and the role of the sheriff's department?
Can I interrupt? I just want to say one thing. I love this woman. The relationship between our agencies is never, ever reflected what it is right now. We are blessed in this community. I'm so appreciative of her, and this is what it means to have a true partnership. So I had to say that on the air. Absolutely.
All right.
Okay, I know I have to pay you later, but but the feeling is mutual. I think that we can do more together, and we've shown that when we collaborate and we work in partnership, we do more together. What we're seeing also is a decrease in crime. Yes, most of the people think about the airport, the jail, the courthouse, and we have those mandated or contractual services that we're responsible for. But we're also out in the community. We make sure that we work in tandem with the different municipalities. Most of the time, it happens to be Milwaukee, just because of where we are located and where they're located. But we work in tandem with them to provide public safety. But as the chief said, public safety is everybody's responsibility. We all can do something. We all should be doing something. And just because we say that the numbers are down, it's relative if it reflects on something that has happened to you. And so we want to make sure that everybody can live safely, no matter where they live, no matter what their social economic situation is, but we know that there's trauma within our community that is driving a lot of the issues, but not all of it is trauma, and so we want to work collaboratively with everyone. We work with social agencies all the time to partner with them to try to ensure that we're doing the best that we can for the community. And we've shown that it works. And so I'm just thankful for Chief Norman and his leadership and his agency.
All right. So look, we are going to wrap this show. But I want to do this before we head out. Last question that I have. So Mayor Johnson, you are going to be making some decisions. Even after those decisions are made, health of this city financially, because one of the things that a lot of us understood behind the scenes when you and the county exec were in Madison, lobbying for these additional levers to be able to get revenue into the area, we knew it wasn't a fix-all, that there was still problems. So even after this is done, are we still in trouble?
Yeah, we still do have issues. And I think sometimes people will look at the budgets that I present and say, oh, he's being overly harsh. I'm not. What I'm trying to do is work to make sure that the city fixes its structural imbalance so that we're not in this position down the line. I don't want to be in a position where we have to cut services. I don't. I would love to be in a position where we add services. However, that's just not where we are right now. And the more services that we add when we're in a structural deficit, that means more things that we're going to end up having to cut down the line. That's the sort of pragmatic view that I have on this. I'm trying to be fiscally conservative on this matter to make sure that people in Milwaukee get the services that they need, but we provide the services that we can actually afford. That is, I think, what the key is.
So I just want to say this, family. One of the things that I'm hoping that we demonstrated this morning is that these elected officials and these leaders are accessible. If you have questions, call their offices. One of the things that I say about Mayor Johnson all the time, folks know when Senator Taylor was running for mayor, that's my ride or die. And we was trying to beat the pants off him. We was working. But when I say once that election was over, it was time to get down to business. This is a mayor that has been responsive to every single phone call, request that I have made. And when I say, there are days that I just think about myself, something's happening in the community, and I text the chief like, hey, chief, we heard of some ice raids going on over here. What's happening? Or if I say Sheriff Ball, when I say these are some of the most responsive people, and I'm not saying to me, I'm saying to our community, call them, y'all, if y'all got questions. But I'm glad you have an opportunity to see them. And I love what they said. Anything that happens in this city, it happens to me too. It happens to them too. So thank you so much. I know this wasn't the way we planned it, but thank y'all for going with the flow. This was a great photo. I love seeing this image, but y'all know, y'all know, sisters is running it. Ladies. I mean, they all right, but ladies. All right, family, I'm gonna get out the way. Thank y'all so much. I'm here though. I'm hanging out with y'all today. Yes. Oh, you getting a picture? What? Security. That is a hot mess. Y'all need to fire y'all teams. Thank you so much, y'all. Look, thank you. Look, appreciate it. All right, y'all. Next up is my man, Mr. Keith Paris. A mess.
Anyway you want them, anyway you want them
No, that's better. She grew. See, you know how to remix it. You know how to remix it. I got it.
Testing 1 2.
Testing 1 2.
1 2.
Testing 1 2.
Check 1 2. 1 2.
Testing 1.
Check 1 2 1 2. Mic check.
Yeah, that. Okay.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2.
This one. Let's go. Let's go. Yes, sir. You been doing all right? I don't know if this is nothing ready.
I just want to speak to you.
Yeah, yeah. Sister Valerie was just on the Yes, sir. Yeah, I coached Tim,
Oh, wow.
Melvin,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Michael. Put your hands together for Christopher's project, Mr. Chris Pippins. Good morning. Welcome to Community Voice. I'm your host, Keith Paris. I want to thank everybody for joining us this morning. I didn't get a chance to say this in the opening. But I love all African people all over the world.
Let's go. Let's go.
I have been okay, yo, hey, I'm trying to do a radio program.
Come together, please. Please.
Are we good, Sharon? All right, thank you. So, on my program, we're going to focus on wellness from a spiritual perspective. I am very honored and just very honored to have these three men as part of the discussion. Pastor Kenneth Locke II of Evolve Church.
Come on.
Pastor Jeremy Q. Henry of the Holy Redeemer Institutional Church of God in Christ. And Pastor Radante Ashford of the Infinite Church. So let's do this. I am an avid reader of biographies. I always like to know people's story. So I'm going to ask you all, and I'm going to start here with Pastor Locke. Tell us a little bit about you, where you were born, and then how long you've been in ministry.
Born and raised right here in the great city of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Yeah, this is home for us. Come on now. That's what I'm talking about. Milwaukee lover. She know my grandma, amen, my grandfather. Born and raised here, lived in Nashville for a little bit for school. Been in ministry, Tennessee State University.
TSU, Tigers, go Tigers.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I've been in ministry. This has been 7 years. I've been pastoring full time.
Pastor Ashford.
My name is Radante Ashford. I'm born and raised right here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I actually used to live on 3rd and Ring, right down the street down here. And yeah, born and raised here and lived my entire life here. I gave my life to Christ January 7, 2002, and that began my quest in ministry in Memphis, Tennessee. I got saved on the highway on my way to Memphis. And I was in Memphis for 15 years and returned back here in 2016 and planted a new church, the Infinite Church, right here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm. Let's go.
Good morning, and my name is Jeremy Henry. I'm from a little small country town in Georgia, South Georgia, just down 75, Valdosta, Georgia. And I've been in Milwaukee since 2014. I started in ministry around 2006. So it's public ministry in the nursing homes and so forth. So I've been in ministry, I guess it's almost however many years it's been.
And I do that because you all have. Well, let me just. What was your faith tradition growing up, and what is it now?
Mm-hmm. I was raised apostolic and Pentecostal, so we was raised that holiness is right, you know. And I still believe that, but our church is non-denominational right now.
Yeah, I pastor a non-denominational church, but actually I went to church with my grandmother as a young kid up until around 8 years old. And then for whatever reason, just growing up in the hood, my family didn't go to church. for a very long time. And I ended up giving my life to Christ at 27 years old. That's when I gave my life to Christ, and that began my faith journey under Apostle Bill Atkins in Memphis, Tennessee. And, you know, God began reforming my life, changing my life around. I accepted my calling, and that became my journey in ministry.
I was raised in the Holiness Pentecostal Church, Church of God in Christ, but both, I spent a lot of time with my grandparents, so I kind of got both experience within the Pentecostal church and the Baptist church. I was a musician, so I played for a lot of different churches. So I guess you call it a little mixture of everything when you see. Mm-hmm.
And I set that question up. There is a trend now where people are moving away from traditional mainstream identifications, right? I asked that question. Again, Pastor Henry, you're from the faith tradition that's more than 100 years old.
Mm-hmm.
How do you now, where this younger generation either didn't go to church or don't have the same brand affiliations you and I had? I grew up Baptist, Baptist born, Baptist bred, Baptist dead. How do you negotiate that now in terms of messaging and outreach?
Sure.
In terms of growing the church?
Mm-hmm. I found that one quote by John Maxwell is really true, that people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And if you build relationships with people and you're consistent before them, that is a big outreach and drawing mechanism. Because when you're relational with individuals, it's hard to minister to someone who's hungry, or it's hard to minister to someone who you haven't met their need. And so really being able to connect with people on a human basis allows for space for spiritual transformation. Mm-hmm.
Pastor Ashford, Pastor Locke, you say you're non-denominational. Is that appealing to a new generation that might not be as brand conscious as maybe my generation or even your generation?
You could say it's appealing, but I think that so many of the millennial and Gen Z generation, they don't even have an awareness of brand affiliation when it comes to whether you're Pentecostal or Kojic or Apostolic. Whenever someone asks me my denomination, it's usually someone that's older. But with young people, they're just trying to find Jesus, and they're trying to connect with God. And so my main focus has tried to be to remove any barrier or any hindrances to that, and to make sure that our church is always a Bible teaching church. So not so much who am I affiliated with, but are we teaching the Bible? Is the scripture being shared every single time we open our doors? And are people closer to Jesus after they leave or further away?
You know, at the end of the day, I think that just as Pastor Locke said, you know, it's all about compassion. I always put myself in those shoes, because I myself was a young man that was lost at 27 years old. And I gave my life to Christ riding in the car with my mother on the highway. And it was my mother. She just cared for me. You know, she just cared for me, and she just, you know, the person that drive the car controlled the radio. And so she was playing all this gospel music, Donnie McClurkin and everything like that. And she just showed me basic compassion. So I think that this generation just really wants somebody, as Pastor Henry said, to just show them that they care. Basic compassion. Do you care about me? It's not about what denomination you are or anything like that. Do you actually care? Are you exemplifying and modeling Jesus in front of me?
Mm-hmm. America is becoming less and less religious, even though Black people still have the highest religious participation rate. How are you responding to the needs of these unique needs that your congregants are now bringing to the church?
I think one of the most powerful things is, at least from my perspective, is because we're all sitting here, we're preachers of the gospel of Jesus Christ first and foremost. And I believe that the gospel, it does reach the heart, you know, evangelizing one by one, going to people, one by one, regardless of whatever society or culture or whatever the cultural norms are. I believe that the gospel message is still true. I believe that light shines better on a dark backdrop. And as long as we continue to lift up the bloodstained banner of Jesus and preach the unadulterated gospel of Jesus Christ, that he will draw all men unto him. That's just what we have to believe, regardless of whatever society is handing out. We got to keep preaching the gospel.
So when you say, I heard this many years ago, the message remains the same, but methods change.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How important is it to adapt our method and still keep the message?
And you're talking my language right now. Hence the name Evolve, is that we have to bow to Scripture at every point in our lives. But how we win souls to Christ has to be adapted to the lifestyle of these young people. And so when you have a majority of a generation that wasn't born and raised in church, they don't understand the power of God's word. They're confused, they're lost. And I don't care what anybody says. I think that deep down inside of all of us, we've always been spiritual people, and we're always looking for a spiritual source. And my responsibility is to show them the greatest spiritual source ever is Yahweh.
That's right. That's right.
The spirit that created the universe and everything else that the generation bows to. And so our church and our culture is always trying to find different ways to meet people where they are. And so we do very uncommon methods, and sometimes the methods can be misunderstood. Mm-hmm. But we've seen thousands of young people come to Jesus in the last 7 years, and we'll see thousands more.
We're going to take a break, and we're going to do a giveaway. But when we come back, Pastor Henry, I want to address how that messaging in an intergenerational church. I think we could describe Holy Redeemer as an intergenerational church in terms of the demographics of the people who make up that congregation. You're listening to Community Voice. I'm your host, Keith Paris. We're doing it live here at Thrive on King. I'm going to ask Sister Sharon to come now and to do our giveaway.
One, two, 1, 2. How y'all doing?
All right, get ready to pull some numbers. Shake it up, shake it up. Okay. 073. All right.
Come on, Mars.
She said, oh, right here. Come on. Go to the table. All right, Chris. Yep.
Let's try it again. How y'all doing? Y'all all right? Good. Yeah, cut it up a little bit for me. A little bit louder. There we go. I like it. So if you don't know me, my name is Chris Crane, and I'm excited to be here. Fill some space. What is a dream but a getaway from every day? What is a dream? Sometimes fallacy, just to escape reality. Yeah, said it's something like a love song. Ooh, and the perfect freestyle. Trip around the world, diamonds and the pearls for your love. Come on and dream. Come on and dream. Always dream. Yeah. Come on and dream. Oh Lord, what is a dream? We gotta always dream. Yeah. Come on and dream. What is a dream? To sing like Marvin Gaye whenever the music plays. Can y'all hear me? I like it. I have a dream that I can touch the sky, somewhere where eagles fly. Feelings in the air, it's perfect love affair. You gotta keep shining. The world will say my name, fortunate, the fame. I want it all, I want it all, and I want it all. Everybody, let's dream. Keep on believing. And don't stop believing in yourself. You gotta dream. Come on. Hey. You gotta dream. Keep on believing. Don't stop dreaming. Tell yourself it's okay to dream. Tell yourself it's okay to dream. It's okay to dream. Tell yourself it's okay to dream. My mom used to tell me, keep your hands in the master's hands. Yeah. Put your hands in the master's hands. Keep your hands in the master's hands. Keep believing. Look high. Dream. Dream. Always dream. Come on and dream. Thank you, guys. I'm Chris Crane. What is a dream?
Put your hands together for Mr. Chris Crane. We were sitting up here. I'm glad, man, that it was kind of one of these inspirational things, because that was a nice groove. I was looking, Pastor. Oh, there it is. There's the inspiration. There it is. Before we went on break, I had proffered a question to Pastor Henry. Some of the challenges now of pastoring and leading a intergenerational church.
Yes. I think we also mentioned about changing the message, keeping the message the same, but changing the method, right? And I guess where I wrestle and conversation about is most young people, or what's young people? What's considered young people now?
40.
Okay. Most young people like traditions. They do. If they didn't, they wouldn't go home for Thanksgiving or Christmas, which is a tradition. And I found that it's not necessarily the tradition or the method. Sometimes it's the way that we package it. We don't want to go to church and have to be there 3-4 hours or unnecessary things. Yeah. We want to kind of get to the center of the message, make it very clear, polished, and make it make sense, because we have to go to brunch or work or whatever. And so most people, if you like chicken, right? But chicken is chicken. The word is the word. But some people like it fried, they like it baked, they like it grilled. So give me the chicken the way I want it, you know. Yep. Whether it's fried, whether it's baked, whether it's grilled. But still keep the message, the meat of the message. But find out the appetite and the flavor of the people that you're serving. And it makes ministry relevant.
So I'll throw this out to all three of you then. You said something that really kind of caught my attention. Jesus talked about that the Sabbath was created for man, not man for the Sabbath. And it sounds like now, because it used to be, we could be in church all day on Sunday. Mm-hmm. And depending on your tradition, you were in church not all day on Sunday. You know, you had to come back. Those of you in the Baptist tradition remember BTU and the Church of God in Christ, YPWW. Then you had to come back for Wednesday. And so we're in church, but it seems that people are being a little, maybe COVID changed the equation in terms of not having people be slaves to the Sabbath. What does that mean when I kind of, because I'm trying to get home to get that kickoff, but
Well, I think when we talk about the Sabbath, we're looking at the Old Testament reading of the Sabbath. Or are you referring to a day of worship?
A day of rest, day of worship,
Sure.
a day of recreation.
But I guess my pushback is when you start focusing on days of worship, you start focusing on places of worship. And in the New Testament, New Covenant, every day ought to be a day of worship. Every day, every place you go, you ought to worship God. So not just in a place or a certain time, but it should be a part of who you are. And so if we start teaching people that this is not just a Sunday morning thing, when we get to Sunday morning, we won't take all day trying to get people into worship because you're already there. So it should be a part of your life.
I agree with Pastor Henry there. And also, when you look at the creation story and you find out how God created, on the seventh day, he rested. And rest is considered worship as well.
That's right.
And so our church does something really unique. Every seventh Sunday, our entire church takes a rest. It's almost unheard of. We don't take an offering. We don't ask people to come in. We encourage people to go spend time with their family, to rest. And we encourage them and teach that rest is worship as well. So 7 Sundays throughout the year, we literally take a rest, and it's still worship. And I found out that our people, they love it so much. People still give, they still do everything without the obligatory, demand of having to be at the edifice every single Sunday. So 7 Sundays out the year, we take a rest. But of course, we worship. We worship. We do all of those things that the Bible requires of us to do to worship the Lord. But we also teach our people that rest is worship as well.
I love this. Can I just piggyback? Our church is kind of like a blend of both of those. So biblically speaking, the Shabbat was not about being in the temple all day. There was an hour of prayer, and the rest was honoring God with your family.
That's right.
And I think that sometimes church forget that, and we've hijacked the family and made it about being in the temple, which is why people could be in church all Sunday and a family still be struggling, because it was never about recovering the family. It was only about shouting. And so our church is, let's get our hour to worship God. But after that, go actually Shabbat. Go spend time with your family. Go rest. Go out to eat. Go laugh. Go honor God with the way you serve your kids, the way you serve your spouse, the way you serve your grandkids, because I think that's what really honors God.
That's right. That's right.
We almost having church, y'all. We're on the cusp. We're almost there. How important is technology? I had the opportunity to come out a workshop you had for brothers, and you had integrated this whole ability for people to interact. How important now is technology in our worship experience?
Technology, really helped a lot of churches, especially during the pandemic.
Absolutely.
There was, if you remember back to the pandemic, there's a time with many of us, our churches really thrived and even survived during those times because of the ability to meet on Zoom and other modes of technology, et cetera, et cetera. You remember when during the pandemic, you can only have 10 people at church for a moment. You can only have 10 people in the building. And so, we and so many others were utilizing Zoom meetings and Facebook Lives, and, Pastor Ken was doing devotionals and all kinds of things. So there's just, technology is important. We just have to make sure that we're using it correctly and using it effectively to truly evangelize.
Yeah, I would agree. I think technology is incredible. If Jesus had technology, he would have saved way more than the people he saved during this time. I mean, imagine 100 years ago when you needed prayer, you couldn't make it to church, you had to send a letter. By the time the letter came back, he might be dead. You know what I mean? Now we could do a prayer call, and now we can meet virtually. That I can on Zoom worship with you, pray with you, see you face to face, and still be able to commune. And so I think that technology, at least for our church, has allowed us to be able to stay connected to people who couldn't physically get to the building.
That's right.
And one of the fascinating things, and I'd heard church leaders talk about this, you would have thought because we weren't allowed to physically assemble ourselves that it would have an impact on revenue, but in many instances, was actually up during the pandemic. That people they supported. I want to kind of get to now. We're coming up on the holiday season. Actually, we're doing there's something called, I think it's seasonal
depression
adjustment disorder, SAD, that we deal with coming up during the holiday period. For many folks, this might be the first holiday they're without a loved one. How can people navigate that, and then what role does the church have in helping people get through that difficult time?
Sure. Well, I did grief with CPE as a chaplain in a hospital setting. And so when we talk about grief, I think it was Queen Elizabeth or one of the individuals who said that grief is the payment for love. Anything that any person or thing that you loved, if it's no longer there, you will grieve it. So I think as a church, we have to normalize grief. We have to let people know it's okay to grieve, not to just shout over it, dance over it, don't talk about it, right? And don't ignore it. Then having the right tools in place to sit with people in their grief. And if you look at grief, there's a photo that it talked about the stages of grief, but I like to lift this. It's a photo online you can look at. It's like 3 different glasses, and they have balls inside of them. And the ball represents the grief, where the ball never shrinks, but the glass over time grows around the ball. And so with grief, we learn how to grow with grief. It doesn't necessarily mean it goes away. And so learning to have language for being sad, doing things that honor the person who is no longer with you may be a way of coping and remembering them, but also at the same time, embracing that and finding out strategies on how to move forward and grow with grief in a healthy way. Because if you don't deal with grief, grief will deal with you. And you will end up bleeding on individuals who didn't harm or hurt you. So you have to really deal with it, because it's just like if you have cancer in your body. If you don't deal with it, it'll eventually kill you.
Yeah. I think that, and I'm glad that you spoke on that, Pastor Henry, because I'm grieving right now. Sure. I'm grieving the loss of my best friend, Antoine Hogans. Mm-hmm. And I believe that God has given me a very healthy way in order to grieve. And first and foremost, I take my cue from Jesus. Jesus even grieved the loss of his friend Lazarus, the shortest verse in the Bible. Yes. Jesus wept. Yes. Even though he knew that he could raise him from the dead, he still took time to mourn and to cry and to feel and to be human. Mm-hmm. And so I think that to answer your question, I think that the church has a very intricate role in dealing with these kinds of things, because grief is something that everybody is going to deal with at some point in their life. Mm-hmm. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Everyone is going to deal with it, because none of us are leaving here alive, right? We're leaving here. Everybody's going to have some kind of death in their family or amongst their loved ones. And so it's just important for us to make sure that we grieve in a very healthy way. And the church has an intricate role in helping teach that. The Bible says that we should not mourn as those that are without hope, but we mourn as those that are with hope. And so the church teaches people how to mourn as those that have a hope for the future. So I know that I'm going to see my friend again. I know that I'm going to see my loved one again, right? And so it's okay to mourn. It's okay to be sad. It's okay to cry at times. And it's okay to laugh and remember as well.
Yeah, really quickly, I'll just piggyback on that. The simplest definition I try to give to those that I counsel is grief is love that has nowhere to go.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, I love this person. I loved my mom. I loved my spouse. I loved my child. That person is now not with me. I still love them, but I can't give this love away.
Mm-hmm.
And so it essentially stays alive on the inside of me. So grief, is the proof that the love was real.
Mm-hmm.
And so learning to live with it and not resisting it, pushing away from it, especially during holiday seasons right now, because holiday seasons tend to amplify what's already in your heart. If you're good and you're happy, your family is whole, then holiday seasons are beautiful. But for some people, the holiday season is a reminder that the table is empty, or that seat that dad used to sit in, or mom used to sit in, or my loved one used to sit in just isn't there anymore. And you have a love for them that you want to give. And so the Bible does tell us that Jesus is near to the brokenhearted.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to encourage people that the one thing I love about God is that he doesn't shy away in your most difficult moments. That is when you're bleeding and hurting the most, he actually comes closer and leans in and wraps his arms around. And secondly, I do think that if the Black church and Black people could just be more open to counseling and therapy.
Mm-hmm.
I believe in Jesus and therapy. I think that they work together. The Bible says that there is safety in the multitude of counsel. And so if we could just learn to unpack what we're feeling and not think that shouting over it solved it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it can make all of us better.
Yeah, I was reminded of a line, one of my favorite lines from one of my favorite Luther Vandross's album, Luther Vandross. And he says, hearts get broken all the time. The problem is the heart that's broken this time is mine. Is when you say that now I find myself, and how do we create that community of compassion and empathy when people are at a loss? And I think part of it is just remembering, man, I know what it is to lose your best friend. And I lost my best friend. It's coming up on 20 years. It still hurts. It still hurts. And so being able to talk about, but you said something that I think is something that challenges us. Again, remember, Black people are the most religious people in America.
We are.
Yeah, I mean,
We are.
oh, Black people love Jesus.
Hey.
Oh, we love Jesus.
Hallelujah.
But we love Jesus to the point, let me finish. We love Jesus to the point that then we start ignoring things like, we love them to the point that then we neglect that it's okay to get professional help when you're going through difficult situations. Don't get that deep in your religion, because God created science, right? So I think we need to be able to sometimes send people, because it might be outside of our hands, might be outside of our training in terms of being able to deal with people and saying it's okay, one, to admit that you have a problem, and then it's okay to go get help for that problem. Absolutely. And the fact that you're talking to a therapist doesn't mean that God is still not God, but it's somebody working you through. That's what I mean by, because we put a whole lot of emphasis on what things appear to be, but spiritually we toe up from the flow up. Because I was going to ask you brothers a question. I'm going to be controversial now. How important is it to have a dress code at church?
Why you hit me first? This is what I call, I was raised in a church that was a bait and switch gospel. Bait and switch means we would say, come as you are, God wants you. Person says, okay, I came as I am. You say, now change. It's like, wait, so is it come as I am? Or can I not come as I am? Do I have to look like you first? And we struggle because we don't read our Bible enough. 1 Samuel 16:7, God says, I do not judge people the way that you judge people. Man looks at the outer appearance, but God looks at the heart. And I'm telling you, I know some nasty people in suits and dresses that look the part, but man, you get them outside that church, you won't even know if they love Jesus. And I know some people that you will walk by on the street that you would judge and say they don't look the part, that would give their shirt to somebody in need. Because it's not about how you look in religious garb. It's about how your heart has been cut away from the things of this world to look and live and love like Jesus.
Yeah, Malcolm X said that kittens born in the oven don't make them biscuits. You get that on the way home. Just because you're in church don't mean church is in you.
That's right.
Y'all ready to take up offering? but I think that you're right. I mean, we do say come as you are, and we make it an unconditional statement until the person shows up, and then here comes the conditions.
Come on.
And how many people have been turned away because of our attitude? It was something the late Dr. Fred Sampson used to say. He said, you know, when people come to church smelling like last night, looking like last night, we just leave them alone to death. We ignore them. And then James talks about how if you look prosperous, we give you the best seat in the house.
Come on.
But the person most in need is usually in the back. So I appreciate that sentiment, because I don't care how good your choir is. I don't care how good your preaching is. It's the hospitality that you show people.
That's right. Love your neighbor.
Make them feel love when they come in. We're up on a break. All right, I'm gonna call Sister Sharon up. Yeah, come on up for our next drawing.
We can keep going.
We keep going? All right. This is why I love live radio so much. Oh, thank you, dear.
Yes. Thank you.
He was raised right. She was raised in the spirit.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you. Look, I'm going to make Keith a pastor. Thank you, Pastor Keith. All right. Well, I told somebody that I felt their number in my spirit. Yes. Yes. Okay. Now, this next one, y'all better be able to handle it since we got the pastors up here.
All right.
We giving away some wine.
Oh, God.
Is that all right? Yes. Hallelujah. Look, is that all right, y'all? Some wine. Hey. Now, what about that? What do y'all think if we have some wine, we come to church?
If it what?
They quiet.
Come as you are. Come as you are.
Come as you are. Okay. I'm drunk and I'm coming. And I'm
The Holy
saying,
Spirit will sober
Pastor,
you
what's
up.
going on?
The Holy Spirit will sober you up.
Hey, laughter is good medicine for them. Y'all didn't ask that question. I had a few last night, but I want to come to church. Going to church? That's all I'm saying. Come on to church. Y'all gonna accept me if I had a few and I said, we here?
Absolutely.
All right, 070 for that bottle of wine. 070. Oh, I know y'all got it. Okay, going once, going twice. All right then, 058. It's some good wine. 058. I had a bottle.
It's right there.
You got it? Oh, come on, mother. Go on to the table.
You pointed. Who are we pointing at? There we go. Mr. Chris Crane, y'all.
Y'all all right? All right. We talking about church a little bit. I'm gonna go back home. It ain't gonna be churchy, but you can still clap your hands. Yeah. Girl, you look incredible. You're so fine, honey. I'm so glad you're mine. I don't know what I would do if I didn't have you. So I guess I'm gonna settle down and sit right next to you. I need you, girl. Come on, clap your hands with me. Don't let me be up here by myself. Nobody else. I need you. I said I can't help myself. I see you looking. The way you smile, girl, it drives me wild. Can't get enough of your love, cause girl, I like your style. I don't know what I would do if I didn't have you. So I guess I'm gonna settle down and sit right next to you. I need you, girl. I see somebody moving. Nobody else. I need you. I said I can't help myself. Honey, I need you, girl. Nobody else. I don't need nobody. I need you, baby. I said I can't help myself. I see you. I remember when I met you, girl. Caramel brown skin changed my whole world. Love so good to me, I just can't tell it all. Love so good to me, I just can't tell it. You're my heartbeat, baby, and that's no lie. I'll be with you till I die. You can test me, and I'll make the grade. I'm so thankful for me you were tailor-made. I need you, nobody else. I need you, baby. Said I can't help myself. Let's give it up for Blue Jacket, everybody. Come on. I need you, girl, and nobody else. I don't need nobody. I need you. Said I can't help myself. Come on, clap your hands. Yeah. You're my heartbeat, baby, and that's no lie. I'll be with you till I die. You can test me, and I'll make the grade. I'm so thankful for me you were tailor-made, cause I need you, girl, and nobody else. I said I don't need nobody. I need you, baby. Said I can't help myself. Thank you. I've been Chris Crane.
They used to tell the juke joint up. I can tell.
All right, welcome back.
They used to tear the club up back.
All I know
Who
is
your
somebody gonna be sore in the morning.
Who your pastor?
Yeah. Oh, you feel it right now. It's adrenaline right now, but there's this thing called the next day.
All
Yeah.
right now.
Well, you're gonna be over there praying for healing.
Been the game.
Let me I was talking to, so let me do this. Let me acknowledge my beautiful wife, Miss Rhonda Taylor Paris, who's here with me. I was telling Pastor Locke that every day I gotta prove my love. So Terrence Ray comes in hugging all up on my wife, looking at me. And I told Pastor Locke, you might have to excuse me because I'm gonna have to handle some business. Your woman don't get fired till somebody else pay attention to her. She's all right. I want to How what influenced, this is kind of a personal question, what influenced your preaching style? What was the influences that contributed to your preaching style? Because all three of you brothers are substantive brothers, but we all know it's also about how you deliver. So what would be your inspiration? Who was your inspiration in terms of your style?
Well, my inspiration will be Dr. Bill Atkins, my pastor. He did me the hugest favor as a young minister coming up under him. He encouraged me to be myself. He said, you don't have to be me. You don't have to hoop like me. You don't have to preach like me. He set me down one day and he said, Redante, God wants to use the most authentic version of you. And he allowed me to be myself. And so that was one of my greatest influencer. And then also the late great G.E. Patterson. I worked for him in Memphis at WBBP AM 1480, and I got a chance to be around Bishop G.E. Patterson a lot. And his candor, his demeanor, being the senior leader of the Church of God in Christ at the very height of that thing, and every time he would introduce himself to someone, or the time that he introduced himself to me, he said, hey, son, how you doing? I'm Gilbert Earl. And so that always taught me a level of humility. He never led by his title. He allowed other people to reverence him. He always called himself Gilbert Earl. And I thought that was so dynamic, especially in a time where everybody loves to tout who they are. I'm Bishop this, I'm Pastor that, or so on and so forth. And Bishop G.E. Patterson, he taught me humility.
Okay. I think when you talk about preaching styles, so many mentors, so many conversations come up. Those that are living and those who are transitioning. Of course, namely Bishop Daniels. I can't begin to talk about his impact in the community, and he has a great leader, mentor. He said to me when I first came here that every hour he's up in preparation, he's spent in prayer or in preparation for his message. So I think that's one of the most important things, not to be so caught up on the style, but the substance. Mm-hmm. And that is found in prayer. But childhood mentors, Floyd Rose, and professors like Cleo LaRue, who taught preaching styles and methods in seminary, women preachers, prayer warriors, and there's a plethora of people. I could just go down the line. So any of them can probably show up in the preaching moment, but I think within those voices you find your own voice, and because we stand on the shoulders of someone else, and there's a certain cadence and style for different congregations, and so to keep the spirit of the church going, I think it's one thing to be able to be engrossed in that community with those individuals, to live with them, among them. And then from there, your culture informs the way your style is developed. So I think it just happens over time and conversation, and is ever changing. So styles change, but I believe the substance is what makes for transformative ministry.
No, that's so good. That's I'm gonna just take everything he said.
Oh, man.
He said it well. I don't know any one voice. I just know that I think more than styles, I would say more so the substance. What he said. My dad is a pastor, and so that's I watched my dad love his church. It was never super big in size, but it was always big in impact and community. And I watched him love the members, love my mom, love our family, live with integrity, and I think that's the biggest influence in my life.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, you did. You did. All right. No, you talked about G.E. Patterson. Boy, I'd love to hear Gilbert Earl Patterson preach the Old Testament.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the beauty of that. And I say that only because I think we're transitioning. When I was in preacher school, the majority of my brethren wanted to hoop. They worked so much on the hoop. And now a younger generation is not necessarily down with that. And I love what you say, the different cadences, different style, more adaptive to the people who are sitting out listening. Let me ask this question. Going forward, what do you see, and I want to do this as a collective, what do you see as some of the greatest challenges for the Black church? And then what would be some of the greatest opportunities for the Black church?
Oh, wow, that's a huge question. I would say one of the things that I think is a great challenge for the Black church, and I'm grateful that you say the Black church. So many people are ashamed to say the Black church as if it's some kind of plague or something like that. And, you know, and I know but I believe that there's this desensitizing or almost reverse psychology that's going on in society right now to try to make Black people unashamed or ashamed of being Black, as if it's synonymous with bad. I remember, and Ken's church is the same color. I remember when we painted our church black, and people, the outside building, and there were people that literally were asking, like, what is that, like a code or something? The church is black. I'm like, black is not a bad color.
Mm-hmm.
And I think one of the challenges, I'm hearing a lot of theology that's out right now that sounds as if, it's coming from, white nationalist standpoints. I'm hearing a lot of white theology and blackface. A lot of Black young preachers are standing up now and literally making it seem as if it's a bad thing to be a Black church, a predominantly Black church. And that same pressure is not placed on any of our Caucasian counterparts. If you have a predominantly Caucasian church, no one's trying to make anyone ashamed of culture, heritage, and things of that nature. And so I believe that God created us all to be different hues and different cultures and so on and so forth, for the appreciation of each other, not for the downplaying of each other. I remember when I was a kid, we used to go to, Irish Fest, Polish Fest. We used to go to all these different festivals so that we can experience their food and different things like that. And but now when it comes to a lot of Black church things, it's almost like this expectation to over assimilate, that we can't appreciate our culture and who we are.
Good. Yeah, that's really good what he said. I think I'll start with the good. You said one of the greatest opportunities for the church right now. Can you hear me? Testing 1 2. Am I back? I'm good. Okay. One of the greatest opportunities for the church right now is that statistics show that the young generation, Gen Z, is coming to Jesus at the most alarming rates. No longer are young people saying we don't want God. They are absolutely excited about Jesus, excited about stepping back into the church, about learning traditions, learning the word of God, and being serious. Some of our most dedicated disciples at the church right now are young people who are saying, all I want to do is allow my life to glorify God. You're talking about almost 50% of an entire generation getting saved, and that's the stuff that nobody puts online.
That's right.
And so that's the biggest opportunity. The biggest challenge, if you were to ask me, has been the same challenge for a long time. I just think it is getting greater, and that is that the church is so divided. There are different expressions of Jesus now, and different people believe different things about the word of God. And so I remember seeing an argument with an atheist who was going against an entire group of Christians. And before they started the argument, he said, okay, before we start our debate, which Jesus are we talking about? Are we talking about the Jesus over here that affirms, the Jesus here that says, no, this is a sin, the Jesus here that loves everybody, the Jesus that says some is heaven, some is hell? And the debate never got off the ground. He essentially won the debate because the Christians started arguing with one another.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think that problem is as prevalent today as it ever been before, is that we're bringing young people into the faith. They're having so many questions based upon which Jesus are we going to preach.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. That's good.
Well, I know I have no confidence in white Jesus. All right, go on, man. He ain't came yet. Go on, man.
I think that one thing that we have to consider is we have a long history of a mission of a church as the church. First black church in America in Savannah, First Baptist Church, 1773. But when we look at the mission of the black church, we're not just talking about black as a color. We're talking about the mission of blackness in America.
That's right.
When we were nobody and considered enslaved people, we went and built churches. And these churches were community spaces that dealt with and addressed issues within the black community.
That's right. That's right.
And even so that many of the churches were actually schools because we believed in educating the mind of the black body. And I think that as we continue to think about the history, and we're not saying black and white in a color, because you could be black in color and still have a white mentality. You can be white and have a black mentality. I mean, your mission, I'm talking about the mission to uplift the oppressed and to preach the gospel to the poor. This is the liberating gospel of Jesus Christ. And we have an opportunity as a community, primarily because you can't determine what race you'll be born into. But since I so happen to be black, I'm concerned about black issues. And I think that as a community of faith and as people of faith, we have an opportunity to really garner in on the spirit of those ancestors and those people who believed in prayer and believed in mission. The center and circumference of the civil rights movement was in the black church. And so I think that we have a call to be concerned, not just about people on Sunday, but on Monday through Saturday.
That's right.
And that Jesus was concerned about the everyday of a person. And so if we're going to really preach the gospel of Jesus Christ, we've got to be willing to get down in the trenches and have an opportunity to really discuss what this looks like for us in this century. And I think that that's an opportunity we can keep expanding on with SNAP and all of the things that are going on in the world, that we can't just be so heavenly minded that we're not engaged in what's happening within our community. That's right. And that's the call of the black church. That's the call of the black church.
So I had an opportunity. We've done a series. We're going to redo the series called Faith, Justice, Politics, and I had an opportunity to have a conversation with Pastor Shaw, Richard Shaw, there at St. Matthew Church. He said that we have gotten the mercy ministry down. You know, we're in terms, we're seeing this outpouring the churches are doing right now to deal with this issue with SNAP. So we got that. What about our justice ministry? And I was very, very intentional when I said the black church.
Sure.
The black church was created because we couldn't attend white churches.
Mm-hmm.
And that divide has been with us for more than 250 years here in America. So when we talk about these issues around justice, what is the role of the black church when it comes to justice, particularly when it comes to justice for descendants of enslaved African people in America today?
Mm-hmm. There's so much. Well, I think it's pretty easy if you just read the Bible. The Bible says that God is a God of justice. Mm-hmm. And that things that God hates, he has an abomination as unjust scales, being unfair to people, sitting in the counsel of the wicked, walking in the way of the ungodly. And so I think that as a church, for those of us at least here, we are to lend our voices to our community, for those who honor, respect us, and admire us, and for us not to be celebrities, but to get into the thick of the work. And what we do, which is why, in our church, we've led protests, we've worked with Chief Norman, worked with Mayor Cavalier, we've We've helped for single parent housing initiative. We've bought homes. We've helped people get jobs. We've had prison ministry. Everything that we've done is more than just being in the church. It's about truly the disservice that our people has experienced since we've been here. And I think that if my voice is credible and they're going to listen to me, I am very anti-politics though. So that's a different conversation. We're going to get into that later. I'm very anti-politics. I am very action-driven, and I say actionable item-driven, which is what can we do? Let's do it, and not cry about the things that we can't do. So I think we can cry about the things that we can't do all day.
Can we though divorce politics? Because the politics does have impact on our congregants.
It does.
So when you say that you're anti-politics, are you saying that you're not partisan?
So I'm not partisan, but I'm not a politician. Okay. And so I think that we are in a culture where pastors are forced to be politically correct. And if Jesus was here today, he would have been canceled.
That's right.
Because he doesn't care about being politically correct. He walked to the Pharisees and said, y'all are like brand new caskets, beautiful on the outside, but filled with dead people's bodies on the inside. The stuff that he said wouldn't have been politically correct. Nobody would have chosen Jesus to lead their group, right? He did care about justice, but more than justice, he cared about truth. And I think that as a pastor, my first responsibility is to truth. And I think that politicians should be politicians and that pastors should be pastors.
But what about a policy that was enacted via politics that might have a negative impact on the people that you lead? Would some political action be required in order to deal with that policy?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think any pastor should be married to their community. I'm not a nationalist and I'm not focused on the nation. I'm focused on the community that God has me called to. So if something is going to affect the people that I'm covering, I am a shepherd. Any shepherd jumps in the way for the sheep. It is what it is. If a lion comes, if a bear comes, if there's a threat on their life, any shepherd says, I'll come out of my comfort and get in the way to make sure that they're protected. So if there's something that I can do to lend my voice to credibility and to actionable items, I'm always ready. But I am not lending my voice to a party because every party got something crazy evil in it.
Exactly.
And the moment you start leaning towards a party, you start being more focused on winning and not righteousness. And that's a different conversation. I'll be quiet.
And also to Ken's point, to Pastor Ken's point, that when pastors begin to lean too hard to politics, I always have the belief that the person that buys the microphone controls the message.
Yes.
And so as a pastor, our pulpits have to be free pulpits, meaning that we are free to preach the unadulterated gospel of Jesus Christ, regardless to whatever party lines fall under.
Whenever you're going to have people, you're going to have politics. And politics, there's some good and there's some bad. And that you have to chew the meat and spit out the bones. And no party is all correct on issues.
For sure.
But I think that as leaders, we have to find what aligns most with what we truly believe, and that is going to help advance the mission and call of Christ. That's going to help move our communities forward. And then within that, try to embody some change and not compromise, but have a seat at the table and speak as a prophet, because if you can't make any change if you're not at the table. And so we have to be willing to sit at the table, have the conversations, but not compromise. And then in as much as so, what can you do in your community? What can you do with what God has given you? I look at Bishop Daniels and I look at the structure of Holy Redeemer. There's a clinic, there's a school, there's things that help that community of faith. And so while we can't always change everything, we can do something with what God has gave us. And you're not going to please everybody. And that's not our job to please everybody. But what does the Lord require of you?
That's right.
To do justice, to walk humbly, to love mercy and love your God. And if I do that, if I can help somebody as I pass along, share someone the word of something, if I can do that, then I've done my job. Dr. King, when they first started marching in Birmingham, they was on the back of the bus. Had he stayed in the church singing, they would have stayed on the back of the bus. But he got off the bus, got in the streets, protest, and then they started owning the bus, then started driving the bus. Why? Because you got to put some shoes on your prayer needs. And that's the only way we can see change in the world.
And no, I got a few more minutes, but boy, we we don't have anybody do any wrap up music. There is no organist to wrap us up. But there is a need to speak truth to power.
Absolutely.
Does the church have a role in speaking truth to power?
I think the church should change the word from truth to power and change it from power to truth, because the church is the only saving grace for this world.
That's right.
And the power was within. When I say the church, I mean the kingdom. I mean those who are on the side of Jesus Christ. That's where the power is. So when we speak from power to truth, and regardless if they listen or if they change, that's our job. That's our responsibility. We can't just sit idly by and see our communities demolished without any care or concern. And Matt King Carter said the preacher ought to have the Bible in one hand and the newspaper in the other, because we need to know what's going on, and we need to be able to preach in a way that it changes the lives of people. When Jesus came in contact with anybody, he always changed their life. And if we're going to preach the gospel of Jesus Christ, we have to be willing to get in the trenches and preach the uncompromising gospel that transforms the lives of people. We're not doing that. We're just having a good community meeting on Sunday.
That's right.
I do agree with him completely. I think that the only struggle I have with it is that theory gets more claps than footsteps. And so I think that during the George Floyd protests, the uprising and wars in our community, as a pastor, I marched and protested every day for an entire year.
Sure did.
I met with our mayor twice, our governor twice, our chief of police so many times that he knows me by first name. There weren't many out there.
Right.
And when he's saying many
preachers,
many preachers,
Yeah.
right?
That's right.
And so what I'm saying is that we've always celebrated the theory of preaching truth to power, but let's be clear here.
Let's do it.
Preaching from our pulpit isn't truth to power.
That's right.
Because power not listening to your sermon. You have to go to them.
That's right.
And actually do some work with it. And this is why I say, when I'm saying politics, let me make it a little bit clearer. Politics is a lot of talking and not much walking.
Right.
If somebody says, bro, we about to go do a Million Man March right now, I'll be there. If somebody say, let's get together and talk about how we can do a Million Man March, I say, send me the newsletter once y'all get a plan.
Right.
Because I do think that we can be inundated with over conversation, and we feel as if we did something because we talked about it.
That's right.
And we right here still praying for the same dream he had 40, 50 years ago.
Right. That's right.
No, I'm you all have just besmirked my major in college, which was politics. As we wrap up, as we go into this upcoming holiday season, I'm gonna give you a chance to wrap it up. Take us home.
All right.
Where the organ? I know. What did Noel Jones say? He said, "As I close for the fourth time." Some inspiration.
All right. I'm the youngest, so I got to go first, I think. An old saying is that busyness is the enemy of peace. And I think in the holiday seasons, we can become focused on just what all we have to do. We forget sometimes to sit still and know that he's God. And I just want to encourage you this holiday season, if you could just find time to sit in the stillness, to worship in your home, to spend time with family that isn't about opening a gift, but it's about celebrating the gift of life that's already given to you. I believe that it will increase your joy, not happiness, your joy that isn't rocked by conditions.
My word of encouragement in this season would be to a lot of people are struggling with a smile on their face. There's a lot of people that are missing vital parts of their income during this season. And so what we begin to do in our church was we begin to encourage families to partner together during the holiday season. So we're encouraging families, and I'll encourage many of you, call your friends, call your loved ones, ask them, is it okay for your families to do Thanksgiving together? Can we do some holiday seasonal stuff together? I believe that these are trying times that we are in, but I also believe that we are going to make it through it together. And so that's my message that I would encourage to each and every one of you. Think more than just about your household. Think about your friend. I'll say this, I just baptized a 70-year-old young woman by the name of Hazel Davis. Hazel Davis was she was baptized when she was young, but she said she wanted to be baptized now that she knows so much about the Lord. But Hazel Davis was my mom's best friend. And my mom, when she was struggling, going through school, working her way through MATC, she would be at school and Mother Hazel would ask my mother, do you want something to eat? And my mother would say, I'm fasting. And really, she was saying that because she didn't have no money. But Hazel kept asking my mother to feed her. And my mother initially let Hazel buy her food. So I say all that to say this. Think about somebody else. You may see somebody else that's going to work. They may seem like they're making it, but they might just need your help. They might need your help. So I would encourage you to adopt that kind of motto. Find a family, find somebody around you and ask them, hey, do you mind if our families do a joint Thanksgiving together?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think you're just in collaboration with everyone who's spoken today. Life is so hard and difficult and can be not as easy to manage when curveballs come our way. But take time to rest, to stay connected with God, to pray, and never give up.
That's right.
If you don't give up, you're sure to have victory. And sometimes we give up just before our breakthrough.
That's right.
And we're so tired and so weighed down. But if you can just hold on through the night, and if you can trust God through the dark places, God has a way. God has a way of preserving you. And I just think it's so important that we encourage people not to give up in this season of transition and the holidays and grief. It's a long winter in Wisconsin, and it can be very lonely. But if you just hold on and not give up, just because where you are right now is not where you'll always be.
Come on now.
And you have to see yourself beyond the right now. And you're stronger than what you think. And that's because the greater one lives inside of you. And he that's begun a good work in you is faithful to complete it. So whatever God promised you, his promises are true. And God is a God that will not lie. So trust in him. And that's my encouragement to each person. Just trust in God.
Pastor Henry, I heard the late Bishop Daniels say this. He said that the devil only works third shift.
Yeah.
If you can wait to the first shift,
That's right.
that's when God shows up.
That's
So-
when he shows up.
Oh, that's a preaching moment. So let me, can I finish here?
Sure enough.
Let me thank Pastor Kenneth Locke. Let me thank Pastor Redante Ashford. Let me thank Pastor Jeremy Henry. No, I think you got to get with the agent. So let me thank brothers. First of all, I just have mad respect for all of you.
Thank you, man. Thank
And I really appreciate you sharing with us today. And so we appreciate you. Sharon, now it's time for you to do your giveaway.
I was trying to make y'all sing. That's why, Keith. I'm sorry. We had all these breaches up here. Come on, do one tune. One tune. Something I don't know while I get I forgot my bucket. And 1, 2, 3, y'all. Don't y'all want to hear them sing? Woo! Jesus on the main line. No.
Jesus on the main. Come on, what song we singing?
I don't know. I feel the spirit.
Come on, Pastor Henry. You ready? Remember that one we did over there at the church?
Which one we did?
I don't know. You started it out and then I joined in. That old Baptist hymn you did over there.
Which one was that?
We was at the singing for the Holy Gospel Singers.
Yeah.
You and Elder Ben was there. Robinson. Come on, man. We ain't got all day. Get to singing. Get to singing.
What song we talking about?
I don't remember what it was.
That's
But
all
we
right.
Can, we can sing something else.
Sing something else in. Start it out.
You gonna help me?
I'm gonna help you.
This old Baptist song.
Let's go.
I got any Baptists in here?
There's some Baptists in here.
All right now. Y'all help me out. I will trust in the Lord. I will trust in the Lord.
Can't hear y'all.
Yes, I will trust. Come on, clap your hands. In the Lord until I die. Oh, I will trust in the Lord. Oh, yeah.
There you go.
I will trust.
I knew you wasn't gonna let me have that role by myself.
No, not by yourself.
I
will trust
in the Lord.
You got it. Now take it.
Oh, you got it this time.
Yes, until I die. I'm going to treat everybody right.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to treat everybody. This is the tradition of the church. I'm going to treat everybody right. Yes, sir.
And what?
Until I die.
Till they call Michelle, huh? I'm going to treat it.
It's a mortuary.
Sing it a lot. That's a lot right there. I used to sing with your dad. Teresa White and all of them had a little group over there. Y'all living over there on Keith then, see?
I'm going to treat everybody right.
Y'all know y'all on Facebook and YouTube. All you folks ain't been to church in a while. All right.
All right. Thank y'all.
All right,
Thank you. Well, we're going to some numbers. And at 11:30, we're going to raffle off everything, y'all. At 11:30, we're going to raffle off everything. So before we go into our next segment, 081. And it is for the, she got it. All right, so you just won the Black History Month celebration. The Sounds of Gospel is coming to town. All right.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. We've come this far by faith, leaning on the Lord.
He set me up wrong. Trusting in his. He never failed. Everybody say, oh. Can't turn around. We come this far. Sheesh. Let's give it up for this panel, everybody. I'm gonna do one more song and I'm gonna get out of here. I've enjoyed myself. Thank you, Wnov, for having me. Doug Kelly, Debo.
This is nice. You all should do it more often. At least.
Girl, you take my breath away. The right words I just can't find to say. How you really changed my world. Didn't expect to fall so hard for you. Looked around and there was nothing I could do. Whatever you do, times it by 12, then you will know how much I love you. Just take a chance, forever romance, then you will know how much I. A special love that's made for you and me. I'm never gonna let you go. I believe in love because of you. Oh Lord, it's the kind of love that pulls me through. Whatever you do, times it by 12, then you will know how much I love you. Just take a chance, forever romance, then you will know how much I didn't know I could feel this special love is so real. Yes, it is. I'll scream and shout it. There's no doubt about it. You're the best thing that's happened to me. Whatever you do, times it by 12. Oh Lord, then you will know just how much I love you. Just take a chance, forever romance, then you will know just how much I love you. Then you will know just how much I love you. All right, I've been Chris Crane. You guys enjoy yourself. Thank you. That was a tough one.
All right, welcome back. And all these singers. Oh my God. Excuse me. I'm allergic to you, Michelle.
Oh.
Let me welcome to the stage Miss Michelle Pitts-Luckett. She is the owner of the New Pitts Mortuary. And wow, good having you.
Good to be here.
You, I don't know, you have to deal with end of life situations.
Yes.
How do you provide support to those families who are going through those difficult moments?
One of the ways, I'm someone that I love people. Literally, I love people. And I am a people person. And so just my heart alone is genuine. I am someone that believe in helping in any kind of way it could be. Most importantly, prayer. And so whenever I think about someone being down and out, especially in a time of loss, I always say if I could say one thing that could bring a smile at such a time as this, it makes my day.
Excuse me, hey folks, excuse me, folks. We can hear you, so it's a little distracting when you're having your conversations. And so if you could just kind of, because we're going out and we certainly want to be able to hear what folks are saying. You're PK.
Yes.
How did that impact your life?
Well, I would have to say, you know what? I always say to myself, I was built for this. I was made. And I am so serious that when I always say to myself, I don't know what my mama and daddy did, but whatever they did it right by putting me together and God being a part of my life. I am just, I'm a very, honestly, I'm a different kind of girl. And if you don't know me, you need to get to know me.
You said something when I had the opportunity to have a conversation with you on the air. And you talked about what was your motivation to get into business? I thought that was a very interesting story.
Okay. And this is a true story. Terrence Pitts, of course, he's been gone for nearly 30 years. And that was my husband. Back in 1995 is when he passed away. And prior to Terrence passing, I was not in the funeral business. I was in the restaurant business. And on Terrence Pitts' deathbed, literally, day after day, time after time, minute after minute, he would tell me I was the person for the business. I said, that's not my plan. That's not what I want to do. He said, I'm serious. You are the person for the business. You have the heart. And so I just listened and I listened, but I didn't believe him at the time. I only listened because I had it in my heart. I just knew that funeral business was not the business for me. Even though I loved people, I felt that was a dead business and it was not meant for me to have. And so I was sitting, after he passed, I was sitting alone one day and I was looking at television and it was a minister preaching and he said something outright and I said, I get it. I understand now. I hear you. And I began to hear the Lord, literally listen to the Lord in my ear. Remember, mind you, I kept telling myself, this is not for me. But once I begin to be quiet and listen to the whispers of the Lord, I heard him and I understood at that time. And from that day moving forward, I took it at heart and I knew that I was a true server. I've been serving all of my entire life. And so from that day moving forward, I put it in my heart that this business was for me. And that's what I do on a daily basis. Believe it or not, 24 hours a day, my mind is stayed on the New Pitts mortuary. And that is how I can serve, how I can keep someone happy, how I can bring them up when they're down. That's just me.
How you have done so many funeral services for people who were in tough financial situations. The one that I really remember was the young lady, I think she was killed in a drive-by, and she loved Disney.
Oh, yes.
And you set out that whole, oh my God, we walked down and you did that. But I guess I want to get to how important is it for us, even though we don't want to talk about death, to make sure that we're situated in such a way where it's not a burden on the family when there is a death?
You know, when you're sitting back on a daily basis, you think about how you take care of your business. How if you don't pay your We Energy bill, what's going to happen? They're going to turn it off. If you don't pay your phone bill, they're going to turn it off. You have to bring the end of life into your daily life and know that at some point, life will end for you. And so you have to say to yourself, what are my wishes? What do I really want to do? Do I want to be cremated? Do I want to be buried? Do I want to be interned? Do I want to go in a wall? Do I want to go? You want to say to yourself, mindset will say that I don't want to think about death. I don't want to think about dying. That's not what I want. I want to live. Well, of course, I'm here to tell you, you are going to die one day. And so it is so important to get your business in order. It is so important to find someone that you trust, whether it's your children as a whole, whether it's your parents, friend, cousin, find someone that you trust and tell them what your wishes are, because so many people, their business is not in order. And unfortunately, we all got to get out of here one day. And so take it and do what you need to do. Do what you don't leave that burden on anybody, because that is a burden. And so they're already there. They're grieving. They're hurting. The heart is aching. And even down in your belly, it's painful. So why make it so difficult? Why don't you write it down and make it plain? And so that's important.
How important is it for people to get life insurance policies?
Oh my God, it's so important to have life insurance. And so, you know, one of the reasons why, and people have to understand, life insurance is not just a death policy. Although we think of it as a death policy, it is not only for death. You have to look at life insurance as an investment. It's an investment that you're making, and you're making it for yourself. And once you have that life, you have to sit. Sometimes if you don't understand, find yourself a financial advisor and ask that financial advisor, how important is it for me to have life insurance? It is so important, because you can do so many things. Even if you have younger children, we don't plan to die, but unfortunately, at some point in life, you are going to die. And you may die and leave younger children. And if you leave those younger children, you can write it out, make it plain that you want a portion of your life insurance to go towards your child's education.
What are you doing? Because you and Nate are always working. What are you doing to recharge your battery, to that word recreation? What are you doing? Because this, you in the deaf business, you know, that got to be tough.
You know, I have to say again, because, and I tell myself, I say, you are made out of somebody different. And I literally look at myself that way. I am made out of somebody different because of the person that I am, because of how I love people genuinely. When I go home, I don't take death home with me. I don't take death home with me. I live every day as if there is no tomorrow. The love that I have for people. And I think about it all the time. I think about, believe it or not, death crossed my mind. In the last 7 years, I have lost 5 very close relatives. In 2017, I lost my youngest brother. In 2020, I lost my dad. In 2021, I suddenly lost my granddaughter. In 2022, I lost my sister. This year, 2025, I lost my mother. And when I lost my mother, I thought to myself, I thought I had it all together, that I could handle it because I had lost so many loved ones. But it was something about mama. When I lost mama, it pulled something out of me. It literally snatched something out of me. And a pastor, I was talking to him, and he said, it's something about that biblical cord when it was cut at birth, but permanently cut when I lost my mother. And so I have it in my mind, my heart, my soul. And so I didn't know prior to 2020, but I know what individuals go to go through when they lose their loved ones. I know. And I said, when I lost my mother, I said, oh my God, is this what my families have been feeling all these years?
Yeah, and that was the quote that I've used from Luther that, and I'll paraphrase now, that people die all the time.
Yes.
The problem is the loved one that died this time is mine.
Yes.
Yeah, when you, and you go through, as a minister, I get people through it, but what happens when death visits my doorstep? And it becomes very personal. I've used this in messages where I said, what happens, like Job, when you get that phone call? What happens? I could tell you, your boy, Keon, I'll never forget, I can give you, it was August 12th at 12:59. I'm in my mother's hospital room. She's getting ready to go in for surgery. Michelle calls me, and I remember looking at the clock. It was 12:59, and she said, Keon is dead. And it just took, I just bent over. And again, I've done, I could say literally thousands of funerals, but now it's somebody that I care about. And even talking about that, how we create this environment, this community of empathy when people are going through very difficult situations. Yeah. Because here's the deal, and I know nobody want to hear this, but everybody gonna die.
You got that right.
Everybody gonna die. Oh, I'm sorry. As Jermaine says, unless you're raptured, but everybody's going to die. You have just such a intricate part of this community. I'm glad that you listened to Terrence and that you went in to that business.
I am too.
Now we know you can cook.
Oh yes,
There
I'm a
ain't
great
no
cook.
question. I asked every year when you do the Easter Bash, and they come back to the station and reported what the menu was, and I asked the question, how did y'all stay awake? Because the itis is gonna kick in. But and let me, do you think that cooking is a love language?
Yes. Cooking is a love language. Yes. And I got to add this. Have you ever thought about it when the table is set and everyone is sitting at the table and they're eating? They are in their happiest place.
Yeah. And being married to a scratch cook, we always look at the reaction of the people around the table to what they're eating, right? And you're absolutely correct. It's one of those things where, and even though, I always think this is such a contradiction, right? Big Mama died from hypertension and diabetes, right? We go to the repast, we eating the very food that killed Big Mama. Y'all remember that in Soul Food? Big Mama, her diabetes was so bad she got burned, she didn't even know. What's the first thing they did after Big Mama died? Cooked the same meal. But every now and then we need that because it's more than the food, it's the fellowship.
Yes.
It's the fellowship. We at Zion Hill Church, we're building a little children's ministry, and they come down for children's church, and we feed them good. And they go like, why are y'all doing that? Because we're teaching them the importance of fellowship, and one of the greatest ways to fellowship is food.
Yes.
Is food. Michelle, what would you want to leave us with as we go into the holiday season? Y'all know she can preach a little bit, right? Y'all know that, right? We were at a thing and they asked her to get up and she basically said, I didn't come to preach, and she started preaching. But give us a little inspiration as we go into this holiday season.
As you go into the holiday season, each and every last one of you, most importantly, think about unity, love, and happiness. You don't have to, it's your responsibility. Love, happiness, it's your responsibility. It is no one else's responsibility. You cannot say that I have not heard from XYZ. They haven't called me. Well, hey, how about you pick the telephone up and make a phone call? How about you go by and knock on the door? How about you go and bake a cake and drop it off? How about you pick up the phone and say, hey, look, family, hey, friends, why don't we get together? We know we're in that time, we're in that season, and we lost our loved ones, and many have gone on, and we're grieving now. How about we just get together and we're yet still alive and love on one another? I think that's so important. Fellowship means everything. And so why don't you think about that while you're sitting there, jot some names down. Someone that you haven't spoken to, someone you haven't talked to, someone you know you need to say, hey, how you doing? Make that call. It's all on you. And so love, if you take that with you, bury it in your heart, I promise you, you'll have a much better life.
And then we don't have to hear at Big Mama's funeral, well, we shouldn't have a funeral for us to get together. I done heard that 1,000 times. And then the other one I always hear is, and we didn't know that Black people, I love our African people all over the world, but don't air your family business at the funeral. We didn't know y'all was fighting.
Right.
And then somebody will get up and go, Big Mama wouldn't have wanted us fighting. And everybody looking at each other going like, y'all was fighting? Michelle, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we got some more giveaways? Yes. Oh, what you got going on Sunday?
Oh, Sunday. Yes. I always got something going on. But anyway, this coming Sunday, Jerusalem Missionary Baptist Church, where my parents, Dr. Donnie Sims and Neely Sims, started the church 68 years ago. 68 years. Jerusalem Missionary Baptist Church have been around for 68 years. So this coming Sunday, Sunday the 16th at 10:45, I want you all to join us. Join us for 60. It's a real celebration. And sometimes I know you got a church or you got something else to do, but listen, make your face be shown in the place, because I'll be able to say, hey, you made this day for me. So, and for the rest of us, and even my parents that have gone on to be with the Lord. But on this coming Sunday, 10:45 service. And then after the 10:45 service, you know what I like doing. I love the fellowship. So we will be having Big Mama's food. So before you eat it, pray. Janetta Robinson used to always eat a big piece of cake. And before she prayed, she'd say, Lord, don't make me die from this cake. I'm looking at her like, lady. And so you just got to pray before you eat. So this coming Sunday, 10:45 service, immediately following service, dinner, and then we will have a second service at 2, and we're done by 4 p.m. That is 2505 West on Cornell. And the speaker will be none other than Pastor Jeremy Henry. And you heard him. He was sitting on the end. He's going to be ministering at 10:45. So listen, if you haven't heard, Jeremy is only, I know he probably didn't want me to tell you, but Jeremy is only 34 years old. 34. He's a young man with an old man soul. And so you got to come in and hear him. And then at 2 p.m., you were going to hear none other than Pastor Ollie Taylor of Hopewell Missionary Baptist Church. So if you want to hear somebody who kick a leg, you better make sure you be there. And he hitting 70 and he'll kick that leg listed. So you think you were doing something? You got to come in here, none other than Pastor Ollie Taylor.
She's still going to be in the hospital, so just pray for her healing. Let me thank Miss Michelle Pitts-Luckett of the New Pitch Mortuary. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome. You're
Sharon,
welcome.
we're giving away stuff? Is Chris coming to sing? I've run out of songs. And let me, folks, you don't know, let me thank both Chris's, Chris Pippin and Chris Crane. Because we're on YouTube and Facebook, we can't use licensed music. So the music that you're hearing them do is their music, their original music. So we appreciate that and appreciate them. Sharon, are we coming to give away gifts? If no, what we got? We got music? All right. Let me thank everybody for being a part of my portion of the day here at Community Voice. I'm going to get out of the way for Dr. Kweku and Dr. Mutri. They'll be with you at the top of the hour. Let's hear it again from Miss Michelle Pitts-Luckett. Thank you. Rock the house, Boogie.
All right. I got to be careful on this floor, really. My feet just slid. I'm like, ooh, I got to tiptoe.
So what y'all?
Thank you so much. Your words are so beautiful this morning. Oh, we need to go. Okay, they said good morning. Yeah, your words are beautiful. Thank you. This is real sweet. Okay. You sure? No. Thank you.
You want to sit on the end?
I'm right here.
Or do you want
Right here. Yeah, that is. Whatever you want.
sit right there?
So then what do we do? One mic.
Is this hers? Is this Sister Pitts?
You want them to just come up?
Naku Pendle, Milwaukee.
Yeah.
If you're used to hearing that, that just means I love you. You know, we can't start the show off before we do our P&Ps. And Sister Queen Janetta Herrera is the one who made sure I do this all the time. So as in the tradition of our ancestors, it is customary that I get permission from an elder to speak. And I ask for my elders for permission to speak. All right, we got to start it right.
I see a few. That's beautiful.
And usually we get that second P, and that's the prayers. We want to make sure that everything we do is in order. And my mother has given us a prayer that we talk. And I tell you, we got a show for you today that I'm so happy to have, Dr. Mutri.
Yes.
You know, we talk about wellness. But when we talk about wellness, we talk about especially this day in the holidays. And Sister Pitts just talked about this. When we talk about how do we deal with this when we deal with so much loss? And the pastor said the best thing, Dr. Mutri, if you remember, he quoted Queen Elizabeth. He said, the price of love is grief. So that means if we're sorrowful about something, that means we love deeply. Amen?
Amen.
I say, and as Teju would say, all right. Hey, listen, we happy to be here, Dr. Mutri. How
You know
feel
what?
about being here?
This energy in this room, it is electric. And I'm like, can we do this more often? Like, man, I'm ready to do this more often, Dr. Kweku.
Oh, listen, all of the times when you in the radio, you wondering who I'm looking
Yes.
at, what is it doing, you talking. So it feels good to get that energy right here. And we're going to need you today because we're talking about something real.
Yeah.
And so when we ever start the show, we always say, what ancestor do we want to dedicate this show to? What ancestor is it whose spirits we need to reside in us to be able to guide this? And I can think of none better than right now is Sister Mamie Till. And if you know Sister Mamie Till, you know she went through the horrific incident of losing her son.
Right.
And when we saw the pictures of Emmett Till, we understood the brutality that came upon our people. But one of the things, if you go to Washington and you go into the museum, the African Museum, what she says is she said, you know what, before my son got hurt, I thought this was a them kind of problem. She said, I got to admit I was wrong. Because once this happened to my son, I understood once it happens to one, it's happened to all of us. And we don't want it to wait for it happens to us till it is. But as they just talked about, this is a show and this is a time where we say we all gonna have to deal with a level of grief. And when we talk about grief, there's no real way to talk about that, but we do know this, that it's unpredictable, but it's some things that hurt a little bit different. And one of the things we've been told all of the times of our lives is that, if you remember that movie John Q with Denzel, what he said? He said, my son, I'm not gonna bury him, he gonna bury me. And it's always been our thought that we would outlive our children. And if things go right, it usually does, but it doesn't always go that way.
Not always.
And if you know that pain, that's a fraternity, a sorority that you don't want to be in. But the thing is, it says, well, what happens when the unthinkable happens? You said, how do I get over this level of grief?
Right.
And so we have 3 women here today who I want to make sure we give the utmost respect, the utmost love to, because they coming and they talking about something that's been powerful in their heart. But what I love about them is that they've taken that tragedy and they've been able to roll it up through years of hurt and pain and experience and turn that triumph into tragedy, but not only for themselves, but to be able to tell their story. So, Dr. Mutri, I think we need to bring them up.
Before I bring them up, I want to also just mention that my mother always gives us our prayer before we start our show. And she prayed specifically for these 3 women that will be coming up this morning, that they may be able to share in a way that's releasing to them, but also that may help and heal the community. So we're excited about the guests that we have up. You want me to bring one up, or who?
Come on,
how are we
bring
gonna do?
one up.
Well, the first one I'll bring up. I'm going to go with Danielle Ramey. She is a part of the Purely Rooted. She's a stylist, and she is also a developer of organic products. So let's give it up for Danielle first.
Next, what we want to do is we want to bring up Sister Tiffany Terry. She's created a Mother's Cry. She was on the Moms of Milwaukee Symposium talking about how do we overcome this grief. So I want you to welcome to the stage Miss Tiffany Terry. And last and certainly not least, Miss Teresa Langdon. She is, if you know, she got a podcast, so she might take over this interview right here, doing her nails, getting everything done.
And can we talk about the hat just for a quick minute? Just had to throw that in there.
She came ready for not radio, but for the YouTube and the Facebook.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
And listen, you know what it's like I said, there's so much love on this stage, but we also understand behind this love, it's a reason. So Dr. Mutri, I'm gonna let you start off this question.
Yeah, I'd like
for the
to
queens.
just start it off because grief is a heavy conversation.
Yes.
But I would say that before there was grief, there was happiness, there was love, there were memories. And I want to have each of you, and I'm going to start here to my right, if you wouldn't mind just starting off with one happy moment or something that you'd like to share that was a positive moment in regards to your loss of your child.
With my daughter?
Yes.
I have a million happy moments with my daughter. I probably would say when we got to sing together at church. Yeah, I miss that so much.
I love that. And then as you sing, you always continue to have that memory.
That's
Judy,
right.
Thank you for sharing.
Speaking to the mic.
A memory that I have of my son.
You gotta speak up a little closer.
Oh, I'm sorry. He was so much like me. He was creative. He was artistic, and I think I remember I missed the most is he was my son, but he was my little buddy. He's my firstborn. So I spent 11 years with just him before I had my daughter. So the bond between us was so close. So and I was young when I had him. So yeah, I just miss talking to him.
Like
Sister Rainey?
Teresa, my son was incredibly artistic. He sung, he made music. As a matter of fact, he has some on Apple at this moment. We used to bicker a lot, and because we were so much alike. So it would be hilarious if it would be funny when we would still can't hear. I'm sorry. It would be hilarious when we would fight and come in the house and my son has cleaned up the house. He's trying to cook us dinner. And my husband would say, "Oh, your other man is sorry."
No, I love that. And when we speak about this, and I shared this with you, then you have to share with everybody else. Me and my wife lost a child. And one of the things, what I speak about it is as a man, is different. Because, you know, the connection between a mother and a child is different. We get jealous of the mothers because of that bond that you have. And I look at how she grieved versus the way I grieved. But what I would say that I love about you all, understanding this unimaginable pain, is that we talked about turning tragedy to triumph. What was the thing that clicked in you where you said, okay, I'm hurting, but I'm healing and I want to share this gift? Because we always close this show with the words my grandmother taught us. She said, the best way to heal yourself is to help others. And I see you being the absolute, epitome of that. So what was the thing that clicked where you said, I'm still hurting, but I can heal and I can share this other gift with others? And this is for all three of you, so you can think on it. Tiffany, you want to start?
Well, it really wasn't my idea to help. I didn't want to help.
That's the truth.
I wanted to stay sad and soak in my sorrow. My mother called me and said, you have to do something. What do I have to do? She said, I think you should get with other mothers and discuss, grief and loss. And I think it would help you. And it definitely helped me with the support groups of A Mother's Cry.
Yeah, just like Tiffany, I really didn't want to heal. I didn't want to get better. I feel guilty for being okay. You almost feel guilty for laughing or joking around and playing. So I really wanted to stay there. When I went for my regular physicals, my blood pressure was really high, and they offered me medication. And I said, well, I just lost my son, so they wanted to give me antidepressant medication. And I said, no, because I want to stay right here where I am. I want to feel what I'm feeling because I think it's where I'm supposed to be. I'm supposed to be sad. I didn't want anything to put me to sleep. I wanted to stay woke. I wanted to feel what I was supposed to feel. So when I got through it, I could give God the glory for getting through it, not medication or anything else. So I wanted to be sad. But 10 months after my son was killed, he was shot. He was a double homicide. He was shot in his back twice.
Mercy.
My friend, grandson, who was 5 years old at the time, was brutally beaten. And that's the day I decided that I wasn't going to be pitiful. I was going to be powerful. I need to go see about my friend.
Say that one more time, Sister Teresa.
I made it. It's a decision. I made a decision that I wasn't going to be pitiful, that I was going to be powerful. And I got up and I went to go see about my friend. Yeah. He was 5 years old and my son was 22. So I praise God for 22 years. Right. She got 5.
Yeah. Before you go on, Sister Danielle, I want you to think about what she said. And this is for everybody listening too. Sometimes we feel guilty for going on. And I always think, if I went first with my children, with my wife, with my sister, anybody, how would I want them to feel? And that's one of the ways in which we try to get over it, because we say, what would I want them to do? I don't want you to stop living because I'm gone. I said, remember that time and cherish it, but that's easier said than done. And so when Sister Pitt said, let's have these conversations before it's too late, talk to your loved ones about what happens when the inevitable happens so they do know how to go on, so they don't feel that level of guilt. Sister Danielle.
even though I thank God for Teresa every day, y'all, because I would not be here if it wasn't for her. This is my first time even speaking publicly about my son, because even though she says she went right to God, I felt like God was always in my life. So when that happened, my understanding of religion was just ruined. Like I had to.
Take your time. Take your time.
Ooh, sorry.
Come
y'all.
on, let's give her some love. Let's give her some love. Take your time, Queen. Take your time.
I can't say that when my son passed, I went to God. I can't say that. And I'm going to be honest. I was angry with him because it was so unexpected. I heard my son tell my husband right before he left the house, like, is mom asleep? He was like, yeah. He was like, hey, tell mom I'll be back. That was like at 3:30 on a Sunday. No more than 7:00 p.m., my husband woke me up like, I need you to get up. Something happened to Avery. And 3 days searching for him, I still had faith, like, God, this cannot be my life. Like, this cannot.
The miracle will happen.
And then when they found his body, I was done. I was done living. I was done. I didn't want to pray. Praying hurt it. Praise and worship hurt it. Going to church hurt it. Like anything that was emotionally, that you felt an emotional capacity to, I couldn't deal with. I couldn't deal with the relationship with my husband because intimately I couldn't give him that anymore. But God sent me him, and he made my bath water, made me get up, take a shower. He made my food. He brought it to me to bed. And I want to say the moment that I decided I can't live like this, and I'm about to be very vulnerable, is when I almost took my life. And when I woke up, I said, okay, well, obviously you don't want me to go nowhere. Like,
here for a reason.
So what is my purpose and how? And I was very honest, and that's what people don't understand. You got to be very honest with God. I was like, hey, God, okay, so you want me here for a purpose, but I'm going to be honest. I have no energy and no capacity to make this work. So when whatever you want me to do needs to be knocking on my front door, they need to come get me.
Yeah.
Because I don't have the energy or the mental capacity to go out and do this myself. No more than 2 days later, Teresa texted me and said, would you like to speak on a podcast about your son? Wow. And I know this is going long, I'm sorry.
No, don't take your time.
But I had to do it because I told God I was ready. So I had to do it. Pastor Ken has told us many of times, if he sends you, he'll give you what you need to do it. I'm also a person that don't like to speak. I like to kind of stay in the background. So this is new for me too. But what I wanted to do is change the narrative of grieving mothers, because I think people think, okay, you lose your child, we give you about a few months. You should go back to work. You know what I'm saying? You should.
Life is normal.
Wow. And we're different. We're not even the same people anymore. Yeah. We don't even know who we are at this time. We got to heal and then figure out what we got to, who we are. And I lost a lot of friends in this process because a lot of my friends were like, oh, she didn't call me back. When I say I thank God for Teresa, because she would text me, and if I didn't respond, oh, well, she gonna text me again next week. She never stopped. And I think just the way she moves through life now, learning who she is and keeping Tyrone's name just there, I wanted to help those two. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So give it up. Yeah, give it up. I just want to thank you for all being vulnerable and being on the stage and sharing the truth. Because it's not easy to come up and say, I didn't want to get over my grief. It's not easy to come up here and say, God, I'm mad at you. Why me? And so I just thank you. I don't take it for granted that you were willing to be here to do that. There's somebody in the listening audience that needed to hear exactly what you've said. And I just want to say before I move to the next question, Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you. And so you kind of talked a little bit about Teresa kind of coming and calling and pushing on you. We know that your child, there's a whole bunch of memories that you have. And we want to know, how do you continue to honor your child in your everyday life? Like, what are you doing to honor your child at this point?
Well, me, I get up.
No, that is.
Because
that
before
is.
I said, I don't want to get up. I don't want to clean. I don't want to wash. I don't want to make up my bed. It was so hard. Like the easiest things before was so hard. I said, I cannot finish these small tasks. And I had a therapist, and my therapist said, well, do you think you need medication? Because I said, is this normal? And he was like, no. But I said, well, I don't want medication. But, so for me, it's getting up and making things happen. I know this is what my daughter would want for me. Yeah, she would want me to bounce back. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, first, I honor God, and that gets me up. And I honor him because I am who I am because of him and because I knew my son. I told Danny that it was a time when I told my son, I said, I hate I ever knew you. I hate I ever knew you because the pain that I live with.
Yeah.
Take your time, Queen. We love you. We with you.
I hate I ever knew you because I wouldn't know what this pain feel like. When I met him, he changed the compass of my life. And when he left, when I had to funeralize him, he changed the compass of my life. I thank God for the person that I am today because I knew him. So my first and foremost, I just thank God. I thank God for him. Yeah. And I'm grateful that I have him.
Teresa, can you talk about the butterflies in your shop? Can you talk about the butterflies you put in your nail shop?
I use butterflies for my, I use butterflies on everything. They on my front door, they all through my house because it symbolizes recreation. Because I feel like from knowing him, what evolved after, and him transitioning from life to death, I heard you say when things don't go right. Well, I think it went the way it was supposed to go. I know we don't want to put our children to rest. I know we don't want to. I know that we feel like we want our children, but that's what we feel like. But I'm learning that I like God's plan better than my own plan. Even if it means I have to live with the pain that I live with. Yeah. I know his grace is sufficient to sustain us all.
Yeah.
Ashe.
I use butterflies for everything. I use it with my logo. My daughter uses them. I mean, I'll just use it because they're beautiful. They go from crawling on the ground, from the cocoon to amazing colors, and I just love the transition of the butterfly. Thank you for asking.
Yeah. Hey man, can we just give them some love right now? My heart is so warm, it's so full, and I know what we're talking about is heavy, but it's the kind of conversations that we need to have to heal. And I just want them to make sure y'all feel the love, because I love y'all so dearly, not just for your strength for today, but for the pain that you go through every day. And I know you have to smile sometimes, you don't want to smile, and every day, some days are better than other days. And just for you to come out here and to give us this, to help us, we don't take this for granted, and we thank you. We thank you. How do you share the memory? How do you keep the memory alive of your son?
I know it's been going on 5 years for me, but I'm gonna just be honest. I haven't been able to. Like I'm just getting to my healing journey. I want to say after that moment, I woke up and I told God, what do I need to do? And even though people have told me how blessed I am because my son has left me with so much stuff to remember him by, I didn't have. It hurted too bad to even talk about him, but I plan on it, and I take care of his babies, and I stepped in, and you could say that honors him. Absolutely. But sometimes I feel like I do it selfishly, but I still do it. So.
Debo, give me some grace right now, because I'm gonna turn the show over to you, Dr. Mutri, because most of the time when people think about a psychologist, like you're supposed to be without compassion and feeling, and the tears just keep coming down my eyes because I'm listening to you, but I'm grieving myself.
Yeah.
And when my daughter died, that's when we started our business. And that was a good thing that everybody saw. So they was like, "Ooh, look at the psychologist. He's turning this pain." But to my wife, I was horrible. I did stuff I won't even say on the radio. That I don't want to say embarrassed, but I know it wasn't my normal character. And the different pain that you add in different ways. And so to say, like, when you grieve, how sometimes you hurt the people who you love. And you wish you could do things differently, but the way that pain manifests is so different. So you like to say you honor, but also because of your vulnerability, it's like I just felt the need to be able to say, hey, when we grieve, sometimes it comes out hard.
Yeah, you're
and
hurting.
you do stuff that make you feel good in the moment, but got counterproductive results in the end.
And just look how you have blessed somebody that didn't even expect a blessing for you being here today. So we thank you for that. I'm going to direct my next question to you, Tiffany. She's like, oh, me. I think about there's some mothers that may be in the audience listening, some fathers in the audience listening. And what I'd love for you to do is talk a little bit about, like, when you think about grief and people that are not ready to deal with it. Do you have any strategies or any recommendations that you would give them to just be little baby steps toward healing?
Well, I know everyone grieves different, but I would probably say if you could, try to get you a support system, someone that you can trust, someone that you could talk to when you're feeling down. And if you feel comfortable, I would recommend you get a professional therapist.
Thank you for sharing. Anyone else? You don't have to, but if you have any thoughts, please.
Danny asked me that. She said that, I don't want to do this, but I have to. Can you share some strategies or some tricks that I could use to get through talking about little Avery? And I said, unfortunately, there's no tricks. Yeah, it's just second by second, minute by minute. We have to lean and depend on God for everything, and He gonna walk us through this thing. I can't give you no tips because I don't have any.
That's real.
And grieving looks different for everybody. I never try to tell anybody how to do it, how fast I'm 13 years out, and I had an episode October 9th, which birthed my podcast. So I'm 13 years out. So I'm like, I should be a little bit stronger. I haven't done this in a minute. And so, and by October 11th, I was able to say, oh, I wish I could talk to my son. And then I said, oh, I wonder if Daddy want to talk to her son. And I wonder if Tiffany want to talk to her baby. And before I knew it, the Holy Spirit had given me 5 names. I could have very easily came up with my sister who buried her son 4 years after me. I could have, but these are the names that the Holy Spirit gave me, so I went with it because I like His plan better than my own. Yes. My podcast is called Client's Tale, which was originally supposed to be myself and my clients. These are not my clients. These are just women that I love. So there's no tricks. There's no, it looks different for everybody. I never tell anybody how to do it, but we have to press our way though, because when God give us breath every day, we got to use it because it's a gift. He don't owe us anything. We owe him everything, you know. So every time I breathe in and breathe out, I know that's a gift.
That's a
You know,
gift.
somebody didn't get that opportunity today. My daughter often calls me. She just purchased her first home, and she's young, so she called Mom, and she's all upset. And I just say, stop, breathe in, breathe out, inhale, exhale. It's a gift. What you gonna do with your gift today? We're not gonna complain. You know what I'm saying? It's fixable.
Yeah, I love
I
that.
can't fix my son deaf. You know, this is fixable. We can fix this.
Right, that's
Yeah.
out of your control. Absolutely. No, I agree with you. Just recently, I had an opportunity to go to. Did you have one you want to add?
Oh, if I could just say, the healing journey. My pastor Ken had a sermon one day about what happens when your heart is shattered, not broken, but shattered. And I think that's what really like started getting me to understand how the healing works. Like we're shattered, but then you got to put these little pieces back together. But what you don't understand is you got to analyze each piece. You can't just put your heart back together. It started bringing up traumas from my past and things that happened in my childhood and other things, because you got to take this piece and be like, okay, this is not of God. This is not a God. This is not a God. Now I'm put this back in my heart. And so it takes a lot of pain to like, I had to walk away from people in my family that I love dearly because I knew my healing, they weren't a part of my healing journey. I'm just like, all I want to say is just like, you just have to be intentional about who's around you and who's supporting you in the healing journey. Because everybody, even though they love you, they won't understand. Yeah. And it takes the heartless people like Teresa that just kept calling. I have some friends who stopped calling because I didn't answer. Yeah. But they didn't think, okay, she lost her baby. What would I feel like if I lost my baby? They took it personal. So I had to just, okay, we just stopped talking. But the ones that continue, so when she said surround yourself, when Teresa said that she called those 5 people, and I was one of those 5, and she put me in the room with all of these women who's lost their babies, and I was able to say everything that was on my heart without feeling uncomfortable or feeling like I'm going to make someone tense up because I'm going to say the wrong thing. Because we talk about our babies, but everybody in the audience or around you is going to like, oh, is she going to cry? Is she going to do this? That's going to make me uncomfortable. So now what do I do? And when I met those 5 people, those 5 women that you put together, that was the first time I was ever to have these conversations. And that started me on this. So I just want to thank you too. And thank God.
Thank you. No,
and can I say one thing real quick? It's so funny because when we talk about where help comes from, Kenny grew up right next to me and Alicia, one house away, and I was his 2nd grade teacher. So when we think about the people who we pour into when they're younger, how that comes back, that seed that plants, it's amazing where your help can come from. It can be the very people that you help to do that. So when you hear that story, it just warms my heart. So beautiful.
No, I was just going to mention, like, as we mentioned earlier when we started the show, we bring the information, but we always make sure we leave with some strategies, some tips, some things that will support the community. And so when you started talking about your call, your text, I wanted you to be able to share with people, because there's some people out there struggling, like not knowing what to do. So I was hoping that you would all give a recommendation of what a friend may do to show support, or what they may do or not say to make sure they don't say or do the wrong thing. Any thoughts on that one?
Pray. Do nothing and pray. Because that's there's nothing else you can do. If you didn't lose a child, you can't say nothing to that person. There's nothing you can do. My friends be like, I'm gonna come sit, please don't. Because the pain that I feel, you can't even understand it. So if you're here and you don't understand it, then I feel uncomfortable. And I feel like I can't be my true self. So just pray. Pray for your friend.
And it's okay to do nothing, though. You're saying it's okay to do nothing.
And it's okay to do nothing.
And I think too, I don't know that we are looking for you to understand it, because I don't think that anybody can. Your mind can take you to standing over your kid in the coffin. You know, when Michelle, I had my sister to reach out. I said, call Michelle. because I'm literally knowing it can't be my son. I'm like, call Michelle, because Michelle can. When they said he was, when they said he was shot, I said, okay, should we go to the hospital? And because he a caregiver for his grandmother, so I'm like, should we go to the hospital? And they're like, well, no, he's at the morgue. And I'm like, so my mind, I know what the morgue is, but I'm trying to figure out why they take my son to the morgue. Like, well, why y'all take him to the morgue? And like, yeah, because he didn't live. And I'm like, and so your mind, so we're not looking for anybody to understand it. But when you love somebody, you want to sit there with them. I know people wanted to sit around me and stuff like that, but this is our new norm. Like, this is new for us. This is jolting. This just happened. So people don't really know what to do or to say. And at the time, yeah, we got upset because we don't know any better. This is all new for my mom. This is new for my siblings. This is new for everybody. So this was really something for my family, because somebody so young, 22 years old, that had never happened. You know, he wasn't sick or anything. He was shot, you know, so, and then that's even more trauma that he was shot. You know, he wasn't sick, you know what I mean? And so I don't know that we're looking for other people to understand, but because you love us and you want to be around us, and it's okay to just sit there and say nothing. And that's okay. We don't need you to actually say anything. I've sat with Danny. Danny have literally called me to come, and I'm driving because I'm thinking she got something for me today, and she didn't have nothing. So I just sit there with her, and then she says, "Okay, I'm going back in the house now." And I said, "Okay." And she go back in the house, and I drive away. I don't feel like I wasted my gas to come. That's what she needed. That's what we did. You know.
Well, I just like to be left alone. I like to be by myself. Yeah, don't call me and ask me all these questions, because sometimes I just feel like you don't understand. And if I told you, you wouldn't understand.
Yeah.
Right?
That's true.
So a lot of times, people obviously know that we're brothers and sisters, but she's one of my best friends in the world. And so you say, what do you need? And I'm gonna put you on the spot, because whenever my heart is hurting and I need a healing, she always sings this song, because the Lord is my shepherd. Can you give me a little something to heal my heart?
Because the Lord is my shepherd, I have everything I need. He helps me to rest in the meadow grass, and it leads me beside the quiet stream. He restores my failing hand, and it helps me to do what honors him the most. That's why I'm safe. That's why I'm safe. That's why I'm safe. I'm safe in his arms.
Yes, Lord.
And we are safe.
Yeah,
We are
that was
safe.
amazing.
Wow. Give it up for her. Give it here. That was so. Sometimes you just got to show up, right? Be ye also ready is what I think of with that one. It looks like our time. Every time we're on the show, it seems to go.
We're gonna have them back.
Yeah, we're gonna
y'all
have
just
to.
know y'all coming back somehow, some way. We're gonna get y'all back, because we gotta continue this love, continue this healing. So if there's anything we can do outside, don't hesitate.
And we typically give our guests like that last or that one quick elevator speech. There may be a grieving mother or father or someone on the listening audience right now. Just that one thing that you like to say to them to close out the show.
Don't waste your time. You can't do it without God. That's right. I wasted 3 years until I decided to heal with God. And he finally this year brought joy back into my life. Don't waste your time.
It's a decision. It's a decision. It's a decision to be pitiful or powerful.
Yeah.
It's a decision to be the victim or victorious. It's just that simple. It don't seem that simple, but it is. I just made a decision to get up and go see about my friend, and I did. I could have easily said, well, I'm sad too. Well, I just said, I'm just gonna be sad with her. I just went and was sad with her.
I would
Just
say
decision.
take baby steps and turn your pain into purpose.
Yes.
We're going to end it with the words of my maternal grandmother from Chickasaw County, Houston, Mississippi. The best way to heal yourself is to help others.
Yes.
We love
Thank
you.
you. Thank you. We're going to invite Michelle and Keith to come on up.
Thank you guys for having us. No, listen.
All right, you all give it up for our wonderful, wonderful panel. Well, we get ready to do these giveaways. Y'all ready? Yes. All right. 032. Okay, and once you get it, just go directly over there to this table. Mr. Kelly's gonna show you which way to go. All right. Oh, shake it up. I'm shaking. Okay, here, pull one. Eight.
The winners. 314011.
Read it again.
3011.
011 going once, going twice. All right, we moving on. 078.
One off, huh?
Nope. All right, you pull the next one.
Give me one, too. Last three numbers are 033.
033.
Jeez.
All right, we moving on. The next 063. 063. Did I say we got a winner? Yes.
Somebody's.
Come on, you gotta say something, honey. She running down like the Price is Right.
065. 065.
Right here in the chair.
Yes,
Hey!
we won. Thank you, Jesus.
And you picked this.
All right, we'll make sure we get her something.
030. 030. There we go.
Okay, keep going.
Get one key. 071. 071.
I have 072. Over here. Yay!
We got one more.
Over there.
069. 069.
Oh, she got both of them. How you get two tickets?
Oh.
064. 064. Hey, there we go.
That's it. All right, that's it. Thank y'all.
Thank you for hanging around.
Hey, hey, have you ever did anything like this, Kid? You've been here the longest. I'm the only one on the stage. How does this compare to some of the ones we've done off campus set?
Yeah, we have. We've done a couple of health-related programming. We also do this Juneteenth, obviously, and but no, this is always good. And the fact that many folks have been here 5 hours with us.
Yeah, we want to thank y'all for that.
Thank
Yes.
you all for that. And yeah. So where's Michelle?
So I don't know where Michelle is. She gonna come through, but sure. Out of all of the stuff that we've going through, what would you say has been the most beneficial for you today? Like, you come up here and you say, I'm coming to do my thing, but hey, this is what really made it worthwhile for me.
Oh man, just the conversation that I was able to have with the clergy brethren, and how transparent they were.
Yeah.
And I think that, and of course, people coming up telling you that they listen to the program, that's always, that makes you kind of feel like, oh, I'm a celebrity. When I first started at WNOV, I had a real outsized opinion of myself. So I went to this function, and I'm walking around, and nobody's recognizing me, like nobody. And then then it dawned on me, and this was before we went to Facebook and YouTube. Nobody knows what you look like, man. You know, now people can identify your voice, and that's where. But no, I just think getting out, and then to be in this historic building, is really what an incredible space. So I hope that you all really appreciate this space. Anybody who's really old school know that for a long time, this was kind of the center of our shopping community. We never really had to go downtown. We come right here to Gimbel's, right? 3rd Street, and what 3rd Street looked like. And I was telling someone, I'm glad they didn't tear this building down, that they were able to go in and to be able to rebuild. But I just think it's the conversation. And, you know, I tell the story that when a former personality left his friend who wrote for a competing black
Who was that
newspaper.
person?
Huh?
You keep saying that person. Who was that person?
We try not to put people
okay.
on blast like that. Sherwood Hughes.
We won't say no names.
And he wrote, he said there would never be another basically complete sentence done on WNOV. And I took that, I was a little offended, but I said this, and I don't know if you guys heard this, that I would match our intellectual heft with any radio station in the country. And the fact that now you and your sister have joined, look, Will Martin, who, if people don't know, Will Martin was just one of the more brilliant people we met. And that's the other thing, the diversity
within the station
of the station, where, you know, it's not just all people who have a political slant.
We got multiple of ideas.
Right. And I just always believe like it's like the community square. When we were in Africa, we've come together in that circle.
Yeah.
And I like the concept of circle. Linear is European. Being circular is African. And I just like that people come into the community square. And I'm gonna tell you, it's helped me in so many different ways in terms of my communicating. So is Michelle gonna come to the stage, or is she just gonna sit
We've
out
been
there?
waiting on Michelle. No, you're supposed to be up on the stage. You're supposed to be up on the stage. That's what Doug said in the write-up.
Right.
And you know what? But we also want to thank all of our sponsors that's here. I know the people at Versity, they got a lot of different things going on. They got movies coming up on November 14th and 19th. I'm going to have this code right here. You could go talk to them in the back. There's so many different things. And what you talk about, Dr. Mooch, is always about like these action items. Like, what are the things that we can do? It's not just about today, but what do we do with this information that we got? How do we follow up with all of those things? I see our friends from Medical College of Wisconsin here. It's just so beautiful that we have everybody in the community that's here. So when I think what I love about it, Keith, just as far as being here, is just seeing us and being together. The energy that we get today, I don't even know if we could have had the same show in the studio that we had, but because it was because of the love and the energy of the people. So it's like I love going to the studio, but I'm gonna miss this.
Yeah.
I'm impressed by the dedicated listeners too.
Oh,
I mean, you can talk about it, but there are people who've been here since we started very early this morning. I have relatives and friends that don't even live here in Milwaukee. They were listening in saying, hey, I see you guys are live. Well, your show's still going? I was like, I'll be there. So it can't be done without the listening audience. And we appreciate that. Even some of the questions that we provided today, it came from you all. So I just want to give you your flowers right now. Thank you so much, listening audience.
And you all can call 414-444-5250. Let Jermaine know how much fun you had this morning.
Jermaine, right out, that didn't come from us.
Y'all can call the phone.
That was key.
Oh, they had a
You
good
must always be a hater. You must always.
Hey, it started. It started July 12th, 1957.
What'd you say, bro?
You get to interview people from all over the world. We know that you don't bite your tongue, that you're going to say what needs to be said for the people that hear what they need to hear. What was said today on the Powerhouse panels that you had that surprised you? Was it any comment that came from anybody that surprised you?
I don't know that I was necessarily surprised by anything, but when I say I appreciated the candor, I think that this room, the folks that are in it, created a moment. When you hear the mayor say something that we have said in the Black community forever, by the time we get to some of these positions, they have been ran in the ground.
That's why they open.
And that's why they open up. Right. And then we will come in because folks are like, might as well let them try it, might as well let them do it, and do the hard work to turn things around. I remember Barack Obama said that, folks ran the government in the ditch. And when they got the keys, they got the car back up out the ditch and back on the road. And Barack said, and then as soon as we get up back on the road, here you are standing waiting to take the keys back. So to be able to have the mayor say it, and I don't know if you've noticed, the chief and the sheriff was cracking up. I mean, like, it tickled Sheriff Ball so bad, she, because that moment of poignancy and realness. So that was the thing that I think, because it's something we've said in the background 100 times. So that was something, but you had to feel a degree of comfortableness and appreciate who you were around to be able to make a statement like that.
I think what I love the most about all of the panels, because you heard it from whether it was the clergy, whether it was the queens that was just up here, or even with our esteemed guests, everybody was like, I was here. I lived right up on 3rd Street. I grew up right here. Right. I did that. And so when you talk about WNOV being the voice of the community, this is not just words. It's like action and seeing it together. It was there. And one of the things that the sheriff said that's going to stay with me and the chief, it was like the community policing is not just up to them. It's up to us. And I think so many times we can point fingers at some of the leaders, but it says, what are we doing? So it puts just that thing on me to say, what am I doing as an individual citizen to make sure I'm doing my part also? So that's my action item for today.
Yeah, I think it was interesting too when I was listening to the clergy panel, and one of the pastors said, I don't do politics. So immediately my eyebrows is like, say what now? We don't do what now? Because one of the things that I always said, and I didn't make this up, I've heard it 100,000 times. You may not do politics, but politics show do you.
Come on.
So everything from the tithes in your church, right now, what you can do by way of charitable giving, they have just changed the laws about you being able to recoup 100% of the money that you tithe. When they talk about now, they look for cash donations versus X, Y, and Z. The very foundation that your church is sitting on, there was a political entity that decided whether or not that was going to be taxable or non-taxable. So while I certainly appreciate, how people see this stuff, I think that's why it's important that we do what we do, is to be able to help kind of, just add a different spin, a little bit different flavor, that politics is literally in every single thing we do. Yep. Now, whether you do it or not, that's a choice, but somebody gonna have to do it for you in the background.
Aristotle said that every human act is a political act.
Absolutely.
And I think I got it in terms of people don't necessarily, I think we have to differentiate between being partisan, right?
Because that's what the NAACP says. They said, right, we're not partisan, but we political as hell.
You got to be.
That's what the NAACP's motto is.
Right, because when they want that loading zone in front of the church,
come on,
that's politics, right? If you have a policy when it comes to zoning, right, because some of these churches go into areas where they might be zoned commercial and you need that zoning change, that's politics, right? So I
potholes. That's all that in front of the church that you got to get it done. Dr. Mutri, talk about these sponsors we got again.
Well, we have a couple in front of us. I think we can popcorn some of them. I would like to just say, first of all, I think I'm starting off with popcorn. Pitts.
She's a trainer.
It's a teacher. It's a teacher. So
yeah.
It means popcorn.
She's a trainer.
You do one, you do one. I do one, you one. That's the teacher. Yes. It's like, that's a new term. Sorry. Yes. So I'm going to start us off with Pitts, the new Pitts Mortuary, and just her words, that unity, love, and happiness. I'm leading with those words. So we're going to give it out to Pitts. What else do we have, folks?
Walnut Way.
Outreach Community Health Centers.
Let me do City of Milwaukee Community of Wellness and Safety, Office of the Community of Wellness and Safety.
And we, right in this building, we have the Medical College of Wisconsin Cancer Center, Community Outreach and Engagement. Thank you for your sponsorship.
Community
Holton-
care.
Okay, Holton Street Clinic.
Varsity.
I think you got the
Do your account.
Do what?
Your guy.
Did we get all of them?
It's not on this one.
It's on this one.
You do it.
Gingras, Thompson, and Watts.
Yes.
Did it right?
Yes.
All right.
About 4.
Yeah, we got different ones on different boards because outreach is over there. Matt Talbot, did we get them?
Everybody.
No, we didn't get that.
Okay, so Matt Talbot, Versity, Alzheimer's Association, and I think we got everyone over here. And he said Walnut Way.
Hey, you know,
U.S.
U.S. Bank. Thank you, Sister Queen, Mother Janetta Herrera. Thank you.
What, is it on anything? You know what? We're gonna need to do better.
Hey, you know what? Speaking of that, though, whenever something go wrong, we say something. But if something don't go wrong, you kind of miss it. We ain't had one glitch with the audio, visual, with the producers. So we talking to L Boogie, Debo, Clark. Great job. Went off flawless. Didn't have not one thing.
Look, and I got one too. I got another. How many of you enjoyed your Bach lunch today? Your lunch, the breakfast this morning. Donna Owens, we thank you so much. Is she out there still listening, Donna? Thank you.
Donna, Delectables by Donna,
There
did
you
a phenomenal
go.
job today.
And she hooked her sister up. She know I don't eat meat, so she put me one to the side.
Oh
Ain't
yeah,
that beautiful?
I saw the hummus and
Always
everything
looking
over
out.
there. I saw it. You know, but I needed my whole chicken salad. I need.
No, you know what?
I need it all.
This is a shameless plug, but with my fraternity, our house is right up here on 2nd and Center, 2661 North 2nd Street. We're doing a a sock drive because it's our achievement week. So we're doing a sock drive for those who are in need. It's open November 11th through 14th from 3:30 to 6:30. So 2661 North 2nd Street. You got some socks you want to drop off to be able to give to those who are in different positions than us. Make sure you go ahead and do that.
Can they just bring them by the station?
They can bring them by
And
the
we can
station,
get them
and
to
I
you?
can take them to the house too. So bring them down to WNOB. Oh, we going down to 2 minutes. All right, Michelle, we gonna come down this way. Last word for the people for the day as we get ready to sign off.
Look, I think, if we had to do it, it's based on my brother Eric Vaughn. Be good, be careful, and bye-bye.
Brother Keith.
We done.
We're done.